Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, and Mr. Pinckney, can you read the items for discussion in closed session?
Yes, the council will meet in closed session. Item number B1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.91. Melina Garcia et al., case number, First City of Beaumont, case number 522CV1629SSSKKX.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session at 5:01.
so we need to be ready on the podium and
All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. Coming out of closed session, Mr. Pinckney, can you read to us what happened in closed session?
Yes, the council met in closed session on item B1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Melena Garcia et al. Versus City of Beaumont, case number 522 CV 1629 SSS KKX. There was reportable action taken on that item. There was a motion to defend the case, and that motion, the first was made by Mayor White, the second by Councilmember Lara, and the vote was Mayor White in favor of defending, Mayor Pro Tem Martinez in favor of defending, Councilmember Fenn in favor of defending, Councilmember Lara in favor of defending, Councilmember Santos in favor of defending. And that concludes the report out from closed session.
Okay, thank you. We'll now call to order the regular session of the City Council meeting for the City of Beaumont for October 18, 2022, and we'll call it to order at 6:01. And can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara?
Here.
Councilmember Santos?
Here.
Councilmember Fenn?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Here.
Mayor White?
Here. Mr. Finn, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Yes, sir. Can everybody please stand?
I assume it's on it.
Ready to begin.
And we don't have any announcements, recognitions, or proclamations tonight, so we'll move on to item 6, which is the public comment period for items that are not on the agenda. Do we have any people wishing to speak for items not on the agenda?
Yes, we do. David Castaldo?
Let me go ahead and read what I need to read first.
Okay.
Any one person may address the city council on any matter not on this agenda. There's a 3-minute time limit on public comments. There'll be no sharing or passing of time to another person. State law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking actions brought up by your comments. This meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. Anyone in person wishing to speak can do so by filling out a form at the back of the room and handing it to a staff member. Mr. Castaldo, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. And it's always a pleasure to say the Pledge of Allegiance. It reminds me of the fact that when I did my ancestry, I had over 25 ancestors that fought in the Revolutionary War for the rights. And this is the one time, Councilman Martinez, I wish you were a history teacher versus a science teacher. However, those people for the revolution to free this country from the tyranny of Britain fought so we would be free, fought for the type of government we had, fought for a democracy. Right now we have a republic, and you got 5 up there are representatives of the people that live in this city. We elected you, and you have a tough decision. But remember, the people that elected you are the people that you represent. And that's who you need to be faithful to. When I was taking history, we were talking about fascism, communism, socialism. The one thing about being a republic and a democracy that is different than communism and fascism and a dictatorship is on those types of governments, it's the government that thinks what is best for the people rather than what the people is best for themselves. You are representative of the people of Beaumont, and I respect you for that. And I always will respect the people that represent me. But remember, we are the people of Beaumont. We trust you to represent us. not any outsiders, not any other influences, but the people of Beaumont. We put our faith in you, and I trust that you'll make the right decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Castaldo. Do we have anyone else who wants to
yes.
speak?
Duty Carlson. If I'm pronouncing that right. Doty?
Good evening. With me are board members from Beaumont Youth Baseball and Softball. We've been an organization here in Beaumont for over almost 45 years. And we came to talk about recreation space for many aspects. As I say, you build it, they will come. Well, when you guys built all these houses, they came. Okay, the flip side of that is we have no field space. We have no recreation, none for baseball and softball. I know you guys heard this a couple weeks ago from a lot of the other sports. Everybody's out of room. Soccer, rugby, travel ball, it goes on and on and on, both adult and youth. We are out of fields, plain and simple. That's all there is to it. Our fall enrollment is up with over 50% are brand new to the league, which we haven't seen that in years. I've been there over 25 years. The numbers of registrations are up over 30%. We've never seen jumps like this. The fall is a precursor to our spring, and I'm afraid we might be at a point where we have to tell a child no, and we've never done that. I know later in this, the Summit Station is a subject. This is a developer that has offered.
Excuse me, I'm going to have to
Okay, stop
ask
me.
you not
You're
to
right.
speak about
Okay.
that issue at this
So
point.
mine is recreation. Okay, not all of you, some of you come in and out through the course of all this building, but we need the recreation space. And I want to know when and where that's going to get looked at and in a quickly and timely manner. Because your job is to take care of all the people of this community. The old, the young, all these houses have families in them. They're not single dwellers, right? So they need a place to go. And if they can't recreate, whatever sport it is, even if it's green space, just go and take a walk around the park. Where are they going to be? On the street and causing problems, right? It's the curse. It's the way it goes. So that's what we're here to talk about. You guys have anything else? Oh, so much. They're so helpful. They'll tell me all about it, but again, it's just about the space, the recreation space. I would like to see going forward, as you guys, as a developer comes to approach you, that you demand what you want the way of recreation space that is usable for everywhere. There are a few diamonds around the park for baseball and softball. None of them are of legal size, and we need lights. It's dark here at 5 o'clock. People don't get off work till 5 o'clock. So just keep that in mind when you're talking and dealing with these developers. If you could, we would greatly appreciate it. That's it.
Thank you for your comments.
And Mr. Mayor, just a reminder for the public, this is on subjects that are not on the agenda at this time.
And do we have any other public comments? Any on the line for this?
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line for items not on the agenda?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to item number 7, which is the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are taken as one action item. Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't get the new format. All right. Thank you. So we're on to item G. Thank you, Mr. Laura. Consent calendar. Item on the consent calendar taken as one action item unless an item is pulled for further discussion here or at the end of the action items. Approval of all ordinances and resolutions to be read by title only. And at this point, is there anyone who would like to pull something off of the consent calendar? If not, I'll entertain a motion, please.
I'll make a motion on the consent calendar and approve the consent calendar from G1 through G7.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes. All right, we'll move on to item H1. Since item H1 involves a property that is within 500 feet of where I live, and actually my home is the closest home to the project, I will be recusing myself tonight. And so I'll turn the meeting over to our Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Martinez. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mayor.
Enjoy, Mayor.
I got it. Yeah, I got it.
And this is just to confirm,
Yes.
presiding officer, or Mayor Pro Tem Martinez, this is just to confirm that none of the other council members that are going to hear this matter have a conflict of interest.
That is correct. All right, so public, bear with me just 1 second until I change the guard.
John, can I ask you a quick question? I think, Lisa, I did ask this, and I know it confirmed that I own a property in Solara on that, and then I was confirmed that 1,800, feet away from the subject property, so I could still, part of the discussions in here. Is that correct?
Okay, it's 800 feet,
No, 1,800.
1,800 feet. Okay, so it's over 1,000 feet, so.
Okay.
And it's not, is this project going to affect the value of your property?
I don't know, tell you the truth,
Okay, well.
positive or negative, on that side. My property is right there.
Any more than anybody else in the community might be affected by the project.
That's right.
It would not
would
affect
not.
your value any more or less than other members of the community, correct?
Okay, yes,
Is that correct?
yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Sorry, I'm a bit OCD, so I'm trying to get everything organized. All right, well, good evening. Before we start today, I'd like to acknowledge the crowd that we have present. Excited to see so many people here today, and we are looking forward to for participation for all and hearing and sharing everyone's comments with council and city staff. So thank you for coming. Thank you for those that are in the gym and the overflow room as well. A couple of things I do want to go over. In order to ensure that the council can conduct its business in an orderly and efficient process, there will be some ground rules necessary to adhere to for everybody today. Due to the size of the crowd, the city has set up an overflow room located down the hall to the right. The meeting will be streamed to that location throughout the evening. If for some reason there's an interruption in the video or audio stream, please notify any staff member at the back of the room so the proceedings can be paused and the issue resolved. The item today being heard is because the applicant submitted a series of applications to the Planning Department for review. Beaumont Municipal Code Chapter 17.02.020, Community Development Director Duties and Responsibilities states that the Community Development Director shall review and make recommendations to the Planning Commission and City Council on all applications and any attendant approvals and environmental documents. City staff is presenting the item tonight as required by the Municipal Code. Tonight's presentations will be in the following order. First, we'll hear staff with their report to council. Then we will be followed by a presentation by the applicant. And at the conclusion of that presentation, we will open up the public hearing. Members of the public will each have 3 minutes to make their comments to the council. Please note all comments received in writing prior to this meeting have been provided to the City Council prior. After all members of the public who wish to speak have had an opportunity, the applicant will be given time for clarifications. At that time, the council probably take a break and ask council, will ask questions of staff and the applicant will return. When council's questions have been answered, we will continue and then we will go to discussion of the project. It's important that respectful decorum be observed throughout the proceedings. Outbursts and interruptions will not be tolerated. Any person, including staff, the applicant, members of the public, and council members deserve to have their statements heard. If there are interruptions or outbursts, I may have to call a recess to the meeting to retain decorum. If an individual interrupts or causes outbursts, they may be asked to leave the chamber and observe the meeting from the overflow room. With everybody's efforts to maintain this respectful decorum, we can ensure an efficient meeting that allows for everybody to participate who would like to. I'll remind the council and the community that it is our responsibility as council members to approach each hearing impartially and provide both the applicant and the community the opportunity to present their project, support, opposition, and other comments in a public forum. We will consider all materials provided in advance as research for the project, as well as the applicant's presentation and public comments prior to making a decision on the matter. And with that said, we will begin with the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. Carol Kendrick, Planning Staff, presenting the Beaumont Summit Station project. On October 20th of 2021, staff received applications for the Summit Station project that included a specific plan, a general plan amendment, a tentative parcel map, 3 plot plan applications, an environmental impact report, and then following a development agreement. The applications were submitted by the property owner and not city-sponsored applications. A public notice was placed in the Press Enterprise, and property owners within 300 feet were notified of this public hearing. Staff received an extensive amount of comments prior to the publication of the staff report, which are included as Attachment S to the staff report. Comments received after the publication of the staff report have been provided to the City Council as well. The last tally was that we received 743 pieces of correspondence in favor of the project that reside within the city limits, 28 outside of the city limits, and 57 with an unknown location. Correspondence in opposition includes 125 inside the city limits, 6 outside the city limits, and 27 unknown. There was one request that was received requesting that the item be tabled. Subject property is currently known as the Sunny Cow Specific Plan that was formerly utilized as the poultry ranch. The Sunny Cow project included a specific plan, which is a zoning document, and an environmental impact report that were originally approved in 2007. In 2014, a tentative tract map and environmental impact report addendum were approved to allow 560 low-density, single-family residential lots on 7,000 square foot lots. The property was annexed into the city in 2018. Subject property is approximately 200 acres and is currently zoned specific plan with a residential designation. It is surrounded by the county of Riverside to the east, west, and north. The properties to the south include commercial neighborhood and single-family residential zoning. The general plan designation for the subject property is currently single-family residential. County of Riverside to the east, west, and north, and neighborhood, commercial, and single-family designations to the south. The applicant is requesting to change the general plan designation to industrial, general commercial, and open space. The general plan was recently updated, taking effect in January of 2021. However, the designation for the subject property remained unchanged from the previous general plan that designated the property for single-family residential. The proposed Summit Station specific plan will replace the Sunny Cow specific plan if approved, and it includes 3 planning areas. Planning Area 1 is approximately 140 acres, and it's designated for 2.5 million square feet of e-commerce and 50,000 square feet of e-commerce office uses. Planning Area number 2 is approximately 11 acres designated for 150,000 square feet of industrial, including hotels, general retail, and food uses. Planning Area 3 is approximately 30 acres designated for open space. The project as proposed will include 3 access roadways on Cherry Valley Boulevard and private drive aisles with parking and are proposed to connect to individual buildings. A traffic study was prepared as part of the environmental impact report, which is available on the city's website, as well as the technical appendices. The traffic study identified recommended improvements that are conditioned on the tentative parcel map and are also listed in the staff report. Planning Area 1 proposes the development of 3 e-commerce buildings that are shown in the associated plot plans. Plot Plan 2021-0388 proposes a 985,860 square foot building as shown as Building 1. Plot Plan 2021-390 proposes a 1.2 million square foot building, shown as Building 2. And Plot Plan 2021-0391 proposes a 358,000 square foot building, shown as Building 3. No entitlement applications have been submitted to date for the commercial area and planning area 2. Tentative parcel map 38223 proposes to subdivide 1.88 acres into 5 parcels ranging in size from 11.44 to 67 acres. I just want to touch briefly on SB 330. On October 9th of 2019, the California legislator adopted SB 330, which declared a housing crisis in the state of California. And it had imposed certain requirements, including the prevention of the loss of existing housing and land available for future residential use, unless replaced in other areas within the jurisdiction to ensure no net loss in residential capacity. SB 330 went into effect on January 1st, 2020, and the city adopted a no net loss program in August of 2021 to allow projects with a land use change from residential to non-residential uses to bank residential units and allow applicants to seek to develop residential uses, a density bonus, allow applicants to seek to develop residential uses, a density bonus subject to a density bonus agreement. For the project, a draft environmental impact report has been prepared to analyze the project's potential environmental effects associated with aesthetics, agricultural resources, air quality, greenhouse emissions, biological resources, cultural resources, geology and soils, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, land use, noise, public surface, traffic, and utilities. Notice of preparation for the draft environmental impact report was circulated on September 22nd, 2021 through October 22nd and conducted a public hearing for scoping on October 7th, 2021. The draft environmental impact report was released for the 45-day public review on April 20th of this year and concluded on June 6th. The draft environmental impact report proposes to mitigate to levels of less than significant in all categories except for air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, noise, and transportation that will require the city to adopt a statement of overriding considerations for these items. The final environmental impact report was posted a notice of availability with the Riverside County Clerk Recorder on July 28th of this year. That is also posted on the city's website along with the final EIR. And I'd like to note that staff did receive 131 opposition letters in response to the draft environmental impact report. The Beaumont Municipal Code Section 17.02.030B and C authorize Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing and make recommendations to City Council regarding specific plans, general plan amendments, and tentative tract maps. Plot plans are typically decided on by the Planning Commission. However, due to the concurrent processing and the need to have the legislative items acted on before the plot plans can be acted on concurrently, all of these items are traveling to the City Council together. On June 28th of this year, the Planning Commission did conduct a public hearing for the proposed applications and provided a recommendation of denial by a vote of 4-1. In addition to the entitlement applications, the applicant is proposing a development agreement that lay out parameters and assurances for both the city and the developer. Some key points in that proposed agreement include a 10-year term with one 5-year extension. No fees are locked in or waived. That the developer enters into a binding agreement with the Beaumont Cherry Valley Recreation and Park Corporation to design, entitle, construct, and accessorize your regional sports park at the former Danny Thomas Ranch in an amount up to $10 million and contributions to ongoing operating costs and a $50 million loan to the city to fund transportation improvements. At this time, staff recommends that the public hearing be open at the City Council either certify the environmental impact report, adopt a statement of overriding considerations, adopt the general plan, adopt the specific plan, approve the tentative parcel map, approve the plot plans, and approve the development agreement, and direct staff to file a notice of determination with the Riverside County Clerk Recorder, or make modifications to the EIR, make modifications to the statement of overriding considerations, make modifications to the general plan amendment, make modifications to the specific plan, or make modifications to the tentative parcel map or plot plans or the development agreement. Depending on those modifications, the project may need to come back. If not, then again, to direct staff to file a notice of determination with the Riverside County Clerk Recorder, or not certify the environmental impact report, not adopt a statement of overriding considerations, not adopt the general plan amendment, not adopt the specific plan, not adopt the tentative parcel map, and not approve the plot plans, or not approve the development agreement. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. We also have the Deputy City Manager, Christina Taylor, and our Assistant Director of Public Works, Robert Vestal, as staff available to answer any questions, and the applicant and their team are available to answer any questions as well.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that. We will now go to applicant presentation.
And then just make it full screen.
Okay. Is there a presentation mode?
Yeah, there should be one. It goes.
It's a big file.
You can do it from the beginning. You just hit the space bar over or down.
Now what? Hold on just a second.
It'll switch in a minute. As soon as you're
Okay.
set, then it'll switch it.
Okay.
Okay, good evening. First, thank you to the citizens of Beaumont for listening to us tonight, for coming out tonight. Thank you to the City Council for considering our plan. My name is Henry Steinberg. I'm a founding partner of EQT Exeter. I just want to give a brief introduction, let you know what our firm is about, and then I'm going to turn it over to my technical team who's been working on this project for quite some time. So who is EQT Exeter? At our core, we are a real estate operating company. We do everything in-house. We don't outsource any of our functions to third parties. You don't see us up here standing with third-party construction managers, third-party developers, or leasing brokers. We do our own development. We do our own leasing. We do our own property management. That's extremely important to us because we control every piece of the project, and it also brings accountability for everything that we do. So the people that are up here today, standing in front of you today, are going to be making commitments to you today, are going to be the same people that are going to be here if we're lucky enough to move forward with this project, to build the project. They're going to be the people that lease the project. They're going to be the people that know the tenants that are going into the project and know what they're going to do in the space. They're going to be people that are going to manage it after the buildings are built and the tenants are in the building. We're going to own the properties for the foreseeable future. Our philosophy, I also need to share with you that sustainability is an absolute core value of EQT Exeter. Our corporate headquarters are in Stockholm, Sweden, and we collectively with our European partners have accomplished some of the state-of-the-art environmental features which we are have implemented in other projects and are going to implement here as well. They include many things that our team will get into some of the detail about, but one of the ones I'm most proud of is the fact that we will produce more clean energy on the roofs of these buildings than they will actually consume. So they would not be only net zero, but they'll actually have a positive impact. I think the other thing that is really important to me and that I want to express to everyone here tonight is you have to understand who our investors are. Our investors are teachers, firefighters, police officers, public employees from cities and towns and states across America. What we do on their behalf, and we take this responsibility very seriously, is we invest their hard-earned dollars in real estate, and we just try to provide them a modest, risk-adjusted return so that their pension funds can pay ultimately for their retirements. Those people are, not only do we have a fiduciary duty to them, but those people are the people, we do this all over the United States. I run the entire country for EQT Exeter, and we are building and owning and managing real estate across the entire country. In many of the places where we're doing that, and here as well, we're doing it for our own constituents. So we need to do it in a way that partners with the local community and does so in a sustainable way and in a way that meets the community's needs. And we're here to tell you that we're prepared to do that. The last thing I would just tell you that I also think is extremely important is our commitment to the city of Beaumont. We are already an owner of a major investment in the city of Beaumont. We purchased a couple of years ago, you may know it as the Icon Building. It was a $175 million investment. So we feel as though we are a part of this community. And the other thing that I think is important to know about this project in particular, we are not a land speculator on this project. We are not the contract owner of this project. We own this project. We bought it. We are absolutely committed to the city of Beaumont. We have a tremendous amount of confidence in the leadership and in the citizens of the city of Beaumont. And whether this project is approved or not, we are going to be here as an owner and a developer of this large and important parcel. So again, thank you. And I'm going to turn it over to my technical team and to one of my partners, Andrew Graybar, who, as I said, he is the project manager who's here tonight. And as I said, if we're lucky enough to move forward with this project, he's going to be the person that is here overseeing the construction of it through completion. So thank you again.
Good evening, Council. My name is Andrew Graybar, and I am a Senior Project Manager for EQT Exeter's West Coast. As Henry said, should we be fortunate enough to move forward, I will literally be on site inspecting the footings, building the building, and together with Christina, our leasing officer, putting tenants in the building to begin using it. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present the Beaumont Summit Station project, and I want to organize that presentation in 4 parts. Number 1 being the project history and overview. Number 2 being the concerns that we heard at the Planning Commission and how we're proposing to address them. Number 3 being community outreach, the people that we reached and the materials that we used to reach them. And number 4, and most importantly, I hope you'll come away from this presentation with the understanding we share that this project represents a significant improvement to the Sunny Cal Specific Plan, a significant benefit to the residents of Beaumont, and an opportunity for this council and for the city to capitalize on good public policy by approving the project tonight. Carol gave us some of the background of the project, but just to reiterate, in 2007, the project was approved, the specific plan was approved, and it survived an EIR challenge in 2010, was ultimately annexed in, I'm showing 2017, Carol said 2018, I'm gonna go with her. But what that means is that there's 20 years remaining on the existing development agreement for the project. It's situated between Cherry Valley Boulevard, Brookside Avenue, and the I-10 freeway. The Sunny Cal Specific Plan, at least as far as they got with the construction drawings, while it approved 568 homes, it looked like they were intending to build 497 homes on dense lots with virtually no buffer to the residents on Brookside Avenue like Stetson and Solera. And as of the 2007 traffic impact analysis, it proposed to dump 1,640 trips onto Brookside Avenue. I'm sure the residents will agree that the situation on Cherry Valley Boulevard has only gotten worse since that time, meaning that 1,640 is very likely the lower limit for trips that they'll see. And as I mentioned, 20 years left on that DA. I mentioned good public policy, which I'm sure having adopted the PLUS, the policy on land use and sensitive receptors, only in September of this year, you guys will agree that that's good public policy. But when viewing the Sunny Cal project through the lens of the PLUS, you'll see that the Shop Off project across the street puts over 150 homes right within that 1,000-foot strike zone of industrial adjacency, making that project no longer appropriate for given the surrounding area and what's changed about it. It puts homes within 50 feet of trucks driving through their backyard along Cherry Valley Boulevard. And for those of you who don't know, Shop Off has recently announced an intent to develop the 43-acre Windfall Farms project immediately to the west of their project with a high likelihood of approval and a likelihood to reinforce that Cherry Valley Boulevard as an industrial corridor. But you might say, you know, the Sunny Cal project is already approved. There's nothing we can do about that. Obviously, I'm here tonight to tell you that you do have an option, and we want it to be Beaumont Summit Station. Beaumont Summit Station is made up of an 11-acre commercial parcel, 2.5 million square feet of industrial space divided into 3 buildings, and a 30-acre open space buffer between the project, Brookside Avenue, and communities like Stetson and Solera on Brookside. On all sides, you'll see that it provides at least a 1,000-foot setback, except on the eastern boundary. And though the PLUS came in about a year into our application process, we've worked with staff to develop ourselves a condition of approval to implement landscaping, dense landscaping, minimum size of trees, berms, and a 20 to 50-foot elevation change, in addition to physical walls to screen the residents, the 5 residents that we're immediately adjacent to from the project to their west. That's 5 residents in contrast to 150 or more in the Sunny Cal plan. The project obviously features an adjacency to industrial, right? And it features an adjacency to the I-10 to control and limit vehicles miles traveled by trucks to the I-10 freeway. But those things cannot and should not be achieved without the type of open space buffer that we've proposed to provide to the residents to the south, making that adjacency once again appropriate so long as you have the buffer. And I can't harp on this enough, but we all know about the drought. We all know about the demands on the state of California. The project uses 80% yet less water than the Sunny Cal specific plan, meaning 113 million gallons per year and billions of gallons of water over the life cycle of the project. But onto the fun stuff. We canvassed and we heard from the community that they want retail, restaurant, and grocery options in their community. They're currently crossing the I-10 freeway and taking their money to other cities than Beaumont to capture those amenities. And in addition to that, I will talk to the Danny Thomas Ranch project, but no doubt a 123-acre regional park will bring thousands of visitors for sporting events, entertainment venues, playgrounds, and picnics with their children. And I would argue that that more or less demands a use like a commercial parcel, the commercial parcel we proposed immediately across the street. That planning area that we proposed includes 50,000 square feet of restaurants and retail and office, a 4-story hotel, and given that it's proposed as a planning area, it gives us the flexibility to respond to tenant demand as the project develops, up to and including a 125,000 square foot pad retail site like a Target that we talked a lot at Planning Commission about. I mentioned the Danny Thomas Ranch Park. A 123-acre park requires funding, of which it currently has none. The city has recently entered into an MOU with the Park District to develop the park, and Exeter has proposed to provide $10 million in funding to construct the park, in addition to a maintenance trust set up out of the revenues generated by the project to maintain the park in perpetuity. We heard from the community again and again, You heard from it earlier in the meeting that there is a demand for meaningful park space. The population of Beaumont has more than doubled in the last decade. Beaumont can provide that in the form of Danny Thomas Ranch. Exeter is happy to participate in that effort. Less fun, unless you're Pranesh, our traffic consultant, is traffic. We recently did some flyovers of the project, flyovers of Brookside Avenue and flyovers of Cherry Valley Boulevard. We can attest. I'm sure the residents can attest as well. The commute is brutal, particularly in the mornings and the afternoons along Cherry Valley Boulevard and along Brookside Avenue. And in the 13 intersections that we studied, 6 of them are failing at an F or a D rating for level of service. With this project, and with the full improvement of those intersections and the interchange, those ratings can be moved from Fs and Ds to a passing rating or better at A, B, and C. But the key is the full improvement of those intersections. For those of you who know how this works, we study the intersections, we come up with an impact to the intersections, and we come up with a percentage share that we owe to the community to construct those improvements. But as you can see on the screen, the fair share for Summit Station only makes up about 1/5 of the improvements. We know there's only about $8 million raised for the interchange, and we know that there's virtually nothing raised for those 13 intersections and the $10 million budget that it's going to take to get there. So Pranesh and team use the state published standards for budgeting those improvements. We used the $60 million budget published by Rivco and the city of Calumet, and we put our thumb on the scale and we agreed to, in addition to our $12 million fair share, $14.5 million fair share, we agreed to contribute an additional $50 million contribution to the construction of those improvements. It's a dense chart. I won't walk you through every item unless you guys want to in Q&A, but what you're seeing in the red column is that the Sunny Cal project contributed only through a settlement agreement with the city of Calumet, a $2.1 million contribution to the interchange, $1 million of that which was refundable through a TUMF credit agreement. And to those 13 intersections I mentioned, they contribute a measly $175,000 as opposed to the $2.4 million proposed by Exeter. That's outside of the $50 million contribution we've agreed to provide. And on the right side, you'll see, these are physical construction components of the project that we're required to do regardless. We can't really take credit for them, but they amount to about $30 million of frontage improvements that residents will drive past on Cherry Valley Boulevard and Brookside Avenue. We can come back to this one. It summarizes what I just said in Q&A. But speaking to Brookside Avenue, as I've mentioned a few times, the project has no direct access to Brookside Avenue. It does not dump those 1,640 trips onto Brookside Avenue, making traffic worse for the residents. What it does do is, despite not being required to make all of the improvements that a project that connects to Brookside Avenue would customarily need to make, we've proposed a raised berm for landscaping of Brookside Avenue. We've proposed a new road, curb, striping, and other accoutrements involved in building that road, a meandering sidewalk, and mature shade trees for the residents to improve that thoroughfare that they have told us is so important to them in the city of Beaumont. On to the issues that were brought up in Planning Commission, 3 of the primary issues shown on the screen. We've made all these promises to improve the park and to improve traffic. How do we count on you to make them? Number 2, we're building some big honking wall on the southwest corner of the project. What is it going to look like? Number 3, particularly in communication of the industrial component of the project, the Planning Commission challenged us to be more transparent with the community about what approving this project would mean. For the first one, the commitments that Carol actually mentioned, the contribution to the Danny Thomas Ranch in the amount of $10 million is shown on page 16 of the development agreement, fully negotiated and approved by this staff. In addition to that, a $14,000 per acre maintenance trust set up on an indefinite basis out of the revenues of the project. And in Clause C, you'll see the $50 million contribution. I'll let Mark, our attorney, get into the nitty-gritty of how these things work, but what I can tell you is that of that 50, $8 million is slated for the 13 intersections that I mentioned. with the other $42 million being at this council's discretion toward priority improvement projects in the city of Beaumont, like the I-10 freeway. The southwest wall, I want to start by clarifying that from Brookside Avenue, the wall rises only 20 feet above eye level. The remaining 40 feet at its highest point is buried down in the ravine that you can see from Brookside. But from those vantage points, like the one here that Christina crawled down into on Brookside Avenue, we worked with planning to develop a condition of approval that would set landscape terraces for every 15 feet in height of the wall, densely landscaped, minimum 24-inch trees, spacing on bushes, climbing vines, and colors and materials that are desert appropriate for the actual physical construction of the wall. On community outreach, we heard, we took their advice, we took all that canvassing that we had done, and we did it again. This time, having retooled our marketing materials to be explicitly clear about the industrial component of the project. We knocked on 2,735 doors since Planning Commission. We held 7 community meetings. We sent out 2,735 mailers. And we had a digital campaign, Say Yes for Beaumont, that reached tens of thousands of people at our website. And those people voted. I'd like to enter into the record that I have 742 letters, so I'm sorry to that one person we didn't print out, but we have the 742 letters here today. Hand those to you. Leave them where they were. Okay. In addition, you may recall some union members, particularly iron workers and pipe fitters, having attended Planning Commission. We have reached and are proud to announce that we've reached an agreement with CARE, who represents them. Also, prior to Planning Commission, we had reached agreements with carpenters and LIUNA to provide fair wages, union labor, and safety protocols involved to the entire project. I'd like to ask union members and thank them for coming, but ask for them to stand tonight in support of the project. If we had a photo of that room, can we see it? Okay, there's a lot of them, and thank you guys for coming. Appreciate it. More excerpts from our marketing materials. We bolded the industrial component. Happy to show those to you. In fact, I think we did print them out for them to view. Not mentioned at Planning Commission, but certainly mentioned at length, housing values. What impact will this project have on housing values in Beaumont? We engaged a third-party analyst that does residential studies like this across the country. They found 3 case studies with like characteristics, median home value and industrial adjacency in the surrounding neighborhoods. In all 3 of those studies, home values increased. In 2 of those case studies, projects with industrial adjacency outperformed in growth the homes that were not adjacent to industrial. I think the argument to be made there, not shown in the data, is that as these projects improve the amenities, improve the traffic, improve the frontages, there is a positive effect on the community. And I should note that those projects contain nothing like the $50 million in traffic contributions, the $10 million in park contributions that this project is proposing to make, only reinforcing in our mind the results of this study. Additionally, we've provided not just that study, but the fiscal impact analysis that we performed to the city. Though it's about 60 pages long, hardest hitting is this slide that you see in front of you. It tells you that industrial makes the city money and residential costs the city money. The tax revenues generated by the project offset the maintenance costs of the project and the other costs of the project to the city to the tune of about $1.3 million in budget surplus. Whereas in the Sunny Cal example, it cost the city more money to maintain those roads, including the one that dumps out onto Brookside Avenue, to the tune of about $200,000 in budget deficit. Fourth, and most importantly, as I mentioned, the takeaway. And I want to answer the question, why does Beaumont Summit Station represent good public policy? I mentioned the plus, and when taking the plus and viewing the Sunny Cal project through the lens of the plus, I think you can see that it has very little alignment with the plus policy, and it puts hundreds of homes within an adjacency that the city council has determined to not be appropriate for residential use. In addition, it puts thousands of additional trips onto the already failing Brookside Avenue and other intersections that the Sunny Cal project makes virtually no contribution to fixing. In contrast, the Beaumont Summit Station project provides a 30-acre open space buffer between the communities of Stetson and Solera. It provides no access to Brookside Avenue. It provides $10 million in contribution to the development of the Danny Thomas Ranch, 2,800 new permanent jobs, and it enables this council to provide $70 million or more when you tabulate all the costs together of traffic improvements. And per the development agreement, that's before we put shovel to ground. And of course, with the 113 million gallons of fewer used by the project annually, we believe that the Beaumont Summit Station project represents a significant benefit to the residents, a significant benefit to the city, and once again, an example of good public policy. So for all these reasons and more that I've outlined tonight, we ask this council to vote for good public policy and to vote yes for the Beaumont Summit Station project. I want to thank the council for giving me the opportunity. I want to thank staff for incredibly hard work getting us to the best possible project to present to you tonight, and thank the community for their engagement in helping us develop it. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, we appreciate that. Okay, at this time, we will be opening the public hearing and going to public comment. So, yeah, thank you. I want to go over a couple of things here though before I open the time up. So we just want to go over a little bit of formality. So basically for those in the audience here and in the overflow, if you have comments that you'd like to make, please fill out a public comment form provided at the back table and give it to the city clerk. We will call 3 speakers at a time to approach the podium. This will allow time for speakers who may be in the overflow room, time to come to the chamber. Periodically, we will turn to people on the phone line who wish to speak. There will be a strict 3-minute time limit. When the light turns yellow up on the podium, that indicates there is 1 minute left to speak. The city clerk will start your time after you provide your name and the city in which you reside. The public comment microphone will be muted at the time limit, and there will be a red light that flashes to let you know that your time is up. Please be respectful of other people's time. We have a lot of speakers tonight, and we need to be respectful of everyone's time here. With that, we will open public comment, public hearing at 6:52, and we will start. Ms. Wheelwright or Mr.
Okay, first 3 speakers, Eric Eustachian, Jack Huggins, and Jason Geiger.
Mayor Pro Tem, while those members are lining up, would you like me to check the phone line?
Yes, please, let's start with that as we get ourselves ready.
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
Yes, we have one caller on the line.
Would you like to take that call?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, go ahead and send it through. Caller, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Yes, this is Ron Roy. No property right is absolute. A developer cannot buy a piece of land and build whatever they want on that land. If a developer takes a financial risk on an investment that threatens the health and safety of the community or is incompatible with the existing site or surrounding land use, that project cannot be built. This warehouse use is already known to cause cancer, lung disease, and birth defects, not only from a project, but the cumulative effect of warehouses encroaching on the sensitive receptor communities in Beaumont. Communities that in large part define the identity of our city, which is known for being a residential safe haven from the industrial growth in the surrounding region. The harms include the particulate matter from the pollution sources, especially big rig trucks, unsafe traffic conditions, 24/7 truck traffic, light and noise pollution, disposable workforce, and the degradation of community character. There are healthier, safer, and more compatible uses. Any other interpretation is an error by the city council. You've heard from the residents. You've heard from the planning commission. They've all said no. Their reasons have been given, despite repeated propaganda by the developer to mislead residents with deceptive flyers, making erroneous claims about the project, including their latest completely false form letter. Beaumont residents still overwhelmingly are saying no. This is not a time to play games. You all know what the public wants. Vote no for them this time rather than for the developer. You should have denied this project at the August 16th hearing. The Planning Commission stated that it was a waste of everybody's time and money to continually reschedule that project. So that's why they voted no. This project, as proposed, is fundamentally wrong for the site and the neighborhood. No amount of mitigations or cash considerations can fix it. Also, past area city councils have been imposing an additional taxation on residents who are forced to spend millions of dollars out of their own pockets on lawsuits that could have been avoided had councils simply voted no. The financial and legal burden should not have to be so high to get justice from our city. Developers' portfolios are becoming more diverse, as are progressive cities' land use policies. Ask the parent of Exeter Cherry Valley Land whether their portfolio includes hospitality, mixed-use retail, manufacturing, or residential. There should be a compatible use there. If not, the developer can always sell the land to somebody who...
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and everybody in attendance. My name is Jack Huggins. I'm a local carpenter, 30 years experience. In that time, I've been real busy, but I haven't always been really busy close to home. And I'll tell you what, one of the worst things in my life is I signed up to be a T-ball coach for one of my children. I had to quit that job. I had to stop partway through the season because my job ended and I had to go further away. I had to go about 2.5 hours away. I had to stay out of town. You know, so it was crushing, but what do? Not support your family or have to leave and support your family? So when I see a developer like this that wants to come in the community and contribute to it, make it better. Okay, well, they put on a fantastic presentation, and I've worked for a lot of contractors over my 30-plus year career. I've worked for some good ones. I've worked for some bad ones. They put on a fantastic presentation. I'm leaning towards they're really one of the good ones. Listening to the contributions they're going to make to the community to help with the reduction of traffic, to help with the park, to even fund the maintenance of the park. It sounds like a good deal. So I'm here obviously in support of it, and hopefully for others like me so that they could, after work, maybe be a little league manager at that park. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Speaker Eric Eustachian.
Evening, council, staff. My name is Eric Eustachian. I live in the Stetson neighborhood, right across from the proposed project. And I just want to start by saying there's a right and there's a wrong place for where warehouses should go. I fully support labor and what they're looking to do, but there's a right place for these to go. Whatever gets decided on this property, they could build that. The general plan, as was mentioned, was completed less than 2 years ago. I'm sure every staff member, city council member can admit that it's an exhaustive process. Lots of community meetings, lots of input. This property was zoned single-family residential less than 2 years ago. What exactly has changed since then? Well, one could argue that what has changed is the massive warehouse that went in that's currently under construction across Cherry Valley Boulevard that you on the dais opposed. That's one thing that's changed. But let's not double down on that mistake and approve this project. Traffic's already bad, we know that. The developer will say this project's better. Planning Commissioner Jessica Black said, I wouldn't want to live across the street from that monstrosity. Well, as a resident of Stetson, I also don't want to live across the street from a monstrosity. Yet if this passes, I'm not given that choice. The other residents of Stetson aren't given that choice. Solera, no choice. If residential is built as it should be, given the general plan, those future residents do have a choice. They can decide if they want to live there or not. The developer came up and said, home values go up next to a warehouse. Okay, so build houses. Home values will go up. But those people will have a choice. Ultimately, this comes down to an out-of-town developer who is trying to capitalize on the logistics boom. It's what it is. They purchased this property that has been zoned residential for years at a discount, knowing full well they were going to try to rezone the property for warehouses to maximize their return on investment. Why else would they be sending out mailers and hosting community meetings? They're talking about transparency. I live in Stetson. I never heard about a community meeting. I would have loved to attend. Transparency. They send this out, never says who it's paid for. That's not transparent. I don't know who sent this to me. Please don't let them profit at the expense of Beaumont residents. Residents in Beaumont have been through a lot in the past decade. We all know what I'm talking about. Those bad actors are gone. The city's on a good path. Listen to your appointed planning commissioners who overwhelmingly agreed to deny this project. Deny it and be the heroes that your constituents deserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Jason Geiger.
Hello, Mayor, council members. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us. My name is Jason Geiger. I'm a training coordinator for the apprenticeship for the carpenters. We have over 200 members that live in your city and many thousands that live in the area around it. We have over 5,000 members that live in Riverside County. So they talk about houses, right? Houses typically bring in criminal contractors that pay cash. It robs the city of tax money, right, that should be paid to help stuff in the city. This contractor, this developer is willing to put back into the community and pay good labor, trained labor. You know, our apprentices get training to do this work. The laborers get training to do this work. It's done safe, on time, and of the highest quality. So I stand here with my brothers in the union in support of this project and hope that you guys push it through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers on the line.
Okay, next three speakers, John Light, David Castaldo, and John Ramey.
While they come up, I can read a couple short comments that I have from written. Rosario Garcia. My name is Medina, and I'm a resident of the Stetson community in Beaumont. I am reaching out today to voice my opposition to changing the specific plan from residential family to mixed-use industrial. Please take the recommendation of the Planning Committee and vote to deny the request change. Warehouses have a place in Beaumont, and that is the south of the 60 freeway. I, along with the residents of the Stetson community, do not want warehouses to ruin our community. We are concerned about the public health and safety issues these proposed warehouses would bring. Please listen to your constituents on this election year and vote no on Summit Station project.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council and everybody here. My name is John Light. I've lived in Beaumont for 14 years. I love it here. And I love the mountains. I love Bogart Park. We went up there yesterday. I have children. I know I'm a little older dad, but I've got a 10 and 8-year-old. And we enjoy the parks. And, well, let me get down to it. I'm for this project. I'm a union member, laborers union. I've been with them for 34 years. I know it's hard to believe, so but 34 years with the union. We have about 45 or 50 members that live in Beaumont and thousands in the surrounding area. It's really good if these guys can work in the area where they live. It's important. We have local hire provisions on these projects where we basically bring in local people. Houses are great, but we've got tons of them now around here, it's not like the old days when one family would live in a house. Now you've got several generations living in houses. You can tell by the cars in the new areas. There's tons of cars. There's not 2 cars per house anymore. It's unbelievable. Plus, we're rationing water, and we're going to bring in more cars, more houses, more, That's kind of a sore point with me. But anyhow, the Beaumont Summit Station is an important mixed-use project, bringing jobs, road improvements, and restaurants and retail to the city of Beaumont. I also, my wife, of course, she goes out of town to shop most of the time. You know, we do have Kohl's here, and we've got Ross, which are great stores. But you know, sometimes just to get across town is a act of God. You know, in the traffic when the traffic's really setting in. Let's see. Beaumont Summit Station will bring $78 million in funding to relieve traffic. That's a great thing. $10 million for a new park and 2,800 permanent jobs for local residents. The project will also save the city 112 million gallons a year of water compared to the proposed residential project. Once again, the water. I support the project because it allows me to work on something that is good for the community. I've never seen a project that offers these kind of benefits. Used to be developers who come in and storm in and do their thing, but now this is a good developer, and they're offering some good things to the community. Once again, appreciate you guys if you approve this. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Castaldo.
Thank you, gentlemen. This is a really great project. It's a fabulous project, and it should be in Beaumont, off of First Street, where all the other warehouses are. Nobody's stopping this builder from building it. He can build this project. It's great. Not in that area. He brought up the fact and showed you a very pretty map of all those homes that were there. I worked on that 10 years ago. Everybody that bought in Solera and Stetson, that's what they thought they were moving next to. That's what they were sold. That's what they expected. None of those people that moved into Solera or Stetson thought they were going to be living next door to a warehouse. It's a great warehouse. And the developer has given you that great big carrot. That carrot is so big, I don't know if the stick can support it. At what point in time does money stop mattering to this council? Yeah, it's great. They're going to do a lot of things. Let them do it on a piece of property off of First Street, where all the other warehouses are. That's what makes sense. Gentlemen, well, I'm going to pick on you, Mr. Finn. I know you have a few kids. How many of your children can afford a house in Beaumont today? Why are we taking more homes away from our community? We need these homes. He's talking about a great big commercial area for nightlife, restaurants. What are the restaurants going to do in downtown Beaumont? That's going to be a ghost town if it isn't going to be in 5 years. We need to take care of downtown Beaumont. Why are we bringing in so much other stuff? Because a developer wants to. We don't need it. If that property, if it's wrong place for single-family homes, what we really need are high-density living areas in this community. We need apartment buildings. We need condominium, affordable housing. Where are we going to put it? I'm really sorry, but we need homes before we start getting into all these beautiful little marketplaces. You know, from the tax revenues, we're already plus on tax dollars. That's fine, that's great, but we don't need to bring in more at the cost of our residents. Right now, you represent the residents. I live in Beaumont. There's a lot of people here that live in Beaumont. Represent the residents and represent what they want. Don't tell them what's good for them. Let the residents tell you what's good for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Ramey.
Yeah, my name's John Ramey. I live in Four Seasons. First of all, what you're considering is going against the City Planning Commission by a 4-to-1 vote. If you're going to go against them, why do you have them? The infrastructure that's planned, most of it is 4 or 5 years down the line, and most of it is non-funded yet. You're putting the cart before the horse. If you want to put in projects similar to this, fine, build the infrastructure first. But you're leaving a mess for everybody that has to traverse down Interstate 10 or anywhere in the area until the infrastructure is put in place. How much more money? I was here last month and heard the mayor talk about the city needs more money. I don't know how much more money you need with the shopping center that you have along Highland Springs. You've got Amazon, you've got Wolverines, you've got a new Costco that's being planned near Oak Valley Parkway. Also, with the infrastructure, going back to the infrastructure again, what infrastructure has been put in place to date for the huge Amazon project there? It's a mess, and this is only going to create more of a mess. And they talk about the valuation of the homes going up. That's not happening. And if you have a devaluation in your home values in comparison to the increase in your tax values from the industrial, you might have a wash or a negative, and a demand for the homes in the area is going to possibly and probably go down. And you also talked about Moreno Valley. There are no industrial projects that are impacting the residential area of the Moreno Valley. All of those projects are out and away from the residential area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next three speakers, Alex Zamora, Mary Daniel, and Jason Baez.
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have one caller on the line.
Go ahead and send that caller through.
If you want to stand to the side, we're going to, that's fine.
Caller, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
You have 3 minutes. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much for taking my call. I am currently a resident of Stetson, and I wanted to let you guys know that we picked Stetson primarily because it was far enough away from retail. It was a very clean, quiet neighborhood. We have our own green belt, a walking path in our neighborhood, and the thorough traffic is very, very minimal for people who don't live here, meaning I feel very safe with my children in the neighborhood. I understand the positives of having retail space. However, the negatives are far worse. We're going to have more light pollution. We're going to have more noise. We're going to have more transient traffic. And crime has been increasing significantly in urban and retail areas. And that's not something I really want near us and our kids. We've already dealt with having more warehouses on both sides of the freeway. We are still able to grow in the retail space, which we've seen on 2nd Street. I think it's much better to have new neighbors that are coming here because they live here and they care about the neighborhood, rather than just have businesses who are probably going to lose out to online business anyway. I appreciate the fact that there's a green space that's being offered, but it feels more like a dangling carrot because we have plenty of green space and things to do already. Air quality is very, very concerning. I just don't want to end up like Fontana, where we're sandwiched in with all kinds of buildings and traffic and crime. Thank you so much for your time.
Ma'am, could you state your name?
Jessica Jameson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex Zamora.
Thank you, everybody, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Alex. I'm a member of LIUNA, which stands for the Labor's International Union of North America. I'm going to be very brief. I know a lot of people are going to speak on both sides. There's going to be a lot of the same message from a lot of people. So I'm here to speak in support of the project and of the developer. This project is going to open up so many opportunities for the men and women, not just of our trades, but of all the building trades that are able to work on it. For any area, a responsible, good quality developer partnered with professionally trained labor, like the Carpenters Union and the Laborers Union, is a great thing for any area. So I hope this can find its way to pass, and I'd like to really be involved in building something very beautiful for this area. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mary Daniel.
My name is Mary Daniel, and I've lived here long enough for this to be my high school. This is where I went to high school. Woo! Anyway, I have spoken many times against warehouses being built in the wrong places because the powers that be couldn't resist taking the money that the developers were offering. Of course, when that money is accepted, all the negative impacts that go along with it must also be accepted. However, there is a simple solution. Projects that are not right for Beaumont and don't agree with the general plan should be denied. As someone very succinctly put it at a recent meeting I attended, you can just say no. That simple word eliminates all the problems from the negative impacts that this developer admits will come with a 2.8 million square foot warehouse infesting a residential neighborhood. With a no vote, those problems will no longer need to be dealt with, and the developer can move on to a more gullible community. The ability and permission to just say no comes from the general plan. That document cost over $750,000 and was written to be the Constitution for Beaumont. It is the protection that the citizens of Beaumont must be able to count on to keep greedy developers from flooding the city with inappropriate projects just so they can make a profit for their investors. A good rule of thumb is that if a project needs an amendment to the general plan, then it is a good bet that it is entirely unsuitable for that particular place and can and should be denied. You can just say no. A general plan is the vision of how development in the city and its sphere of influence should proceed. I know that the decisions about that plan were not made quickly or randomly, but were thought out and discussed and evaluated. That plan took months to finalize, and if any changes are to be made, they need to be because of a proposed project that is amazing and absolutely incredible. Trust me. This monstrous warehouse is neither of those things. In fact, far from it. Regardless of the goodies that this developer is throwing around in that slick spiel they are spreading all over town, this warehouse will simply add air pollution, noise, traffic snarls, and deadly truck emissions to our environment. Why would you allow them to do that? The general plan states that a warehouse is not appropriate on that site, and that should be all that you need to just say no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Commission, thank you. Honorable Council, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jason Baez, and I'm a proud member of Labor's International Union of North America. A project just like this enabled me to enter into our apprenticeship program, where I was trained to be a skilled craftsman and earn a living wage, which dramatically changed the living conditions and lives of my beautiful wife and 4 children, as well as numerous family members that I've been able to bring in over the years. A lot of people say that these projects are just temporary jobs, but that just is not true. Each project enables us to have the opportunity to make bonds with other craftsmen and prove our worth to each contractor, which helps us to get on to the next project. And of course, keeps food on the table consistently and helps us to pay our bills. Now, in this case right here, when we do leave, we're going to leave behind a wonderful job center, a hub that will accommodate a whole list of different types of people, students looking for flexible hours, spouses who have to take up a job because of the high cost of living, elderly folks that didn't retire, unfortunately, with a pension and have to come back to the workforce and so forth. And in closing, it also will be a great enhancement to local establishments, as many of these people will be coming out to go to lunch, do shopping on their lunch break, like my wife. Also, it'll accumulate massive amounts of money into city coffers that can be used for so many wonderful and important things. The rehabilitation of utilities, infrastructure, and best of all, new community programs and parks. Please consider all the good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next three speakers, Bill Quisenberry, Al Sanchez, and Kelsey Winkleman.
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
Yes, I have one caller on the line.
Okay, go ahead and send them through.
I lost the caller.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, council members. Bill Quisenberry, Lyona. I'm here tonight to support the Summit project, Summit Station project. And I would like to say, because I've been a construction worker for many years, I don't live here in Beaumont, but I'm here representing our members that live here in Beaumont or in the surrounding communities like Redlands, Moreno Valley, communities close to you that might have the advantage of traveling here close to home and help building this project. And that's a distinct advantage. So instead of having to drag up and travel all the way out to Blythe or El Centro, they'll be able to work here close to home. Also, the applicant has chosen to employ one of our contractors here in California. And they might have been able to solicit bids to somebody from Nevada, from Utah, from Arizona, where specification laws, labor laws, things of that sort are less restrictive. So hiring a contractor here in California means it's going to be a public good for this project. So I think you can add that to the list of line items for good public policy that the applicant expressed earlier by employing union labor with a responsible contractor. And I would hope that you vote yes on this project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Al Sanchez, and you guys know who I'm with and what I want. I hope you guys support this. I've been a member for 38 years. I have a heck of a pension. I've had medical for the whole time. I've been able to send my daughter to a good college, all because of projects just like this that pay good union wage jobs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello to everyone here, both for and against this project. I've lived here. I've moved away from here, and I've come back here. This is my home. I want all of you to know that I live here. Most of my family has lived here over the years. Yes, some of them have moved away, but me and my family have stayed. I support this project because it will help my family. My brother works at the New Stater Brothers. He has the hardest time getting to work because all the new houses, the bridge that he has to get off to, it doesn't support the traffic that we have now. Yes, this project will help Beaumont. No, it's not a magic wand. Yes, there are things that are wrong with it, but there are more good things because of this. I support this project. I support Exeter. And you know what? I have become friends with some of the people there. I have been to a lot of their meetings. I see the same faces over and over again. They have been kind and they have tried to help as much as possible. I ask you, please vote yes. Vote with what the majority of the people in this town want. I am not a part of a labor union. I am simply a resident telling you to vote for what the majority of the residents want. I don't live in one of those big housing projects, and you know what? I'm glad for it. Please, not everyone in this town is in a housing project. Figure out what the people really want and vote yes. Thank you for your time.
Next three speakers, David Hanson, Steve Rutledge, and Zachary Owens.
Nicole, was there a name stated on the last speaker? On the card.
Yes, Kelsey Winkleman.
All right, thank you.
Right. David Hanson.
I'm David Hanson. This is my daughter Emma. We both live in this area. She's lived here since 2013. I came in 2018. My brother's been here in 2006. So we're locals here, and she'd like to voice a little bit of her opinion as well.
I support the building of the cement station because I feel that since they're spending $78 million for all of us to have better traffic, it'll be safer for adults to get to work and for kids to get to school wherever everyone needs to go. And we'll have nicer stores for Beaumont, and the water costs will be a bit cheaper than they normally are, and there's going to be more jobs for the poor people or sometimes even the homeless people depending on their age. And
Okay, and so I was here before, if you recall, and I had asked why the developers of these housing projects, which your planning committee accepted these housing projects, I imagine, and these developers from these housing projects didn't help us with our infrastructure before they put their housing developments in. They just put their housing developments in and then left us with very poor infrastructure. These guys are willing to foot out $78 million for infrastructure. Now, I recommend that perhaps they do the infrastructure before they build their warehouses, but at the same time, we need the infrastructure first, because that was the problem we've had all along, is we've had developments before we had the infrastructure, and that's what's caused a lot of problems. And me and my daughter are Native Americans. We are Cherokee citizens. And in the Cherokee Nation, we believe in water. Water is very important, and people don't get how important water is. And when you have a housing development, if you've seen some of these houses, and we live out here, and we've seen a lot of these houses, and it's not one family in one house. There's a lot of families in each house. That's a lot of showers. That's a lot of the lawns and the plants and everything else. There's a lot of water being used in a housing project. And housing projects also have all of these cars from these multiple families in these houses traveling on the same roads as the people from the warehouses traveling on. So the traffic's gonna be the same. It's gonna be pretty much equal. We need this development to help us with our infrastructure. And it also saves us on water as well.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Zachary Owens. I'm a union carpenter. I'm the 7th period, and I've been in this career for 3 years. You know, in the 3 years of working as a union carpenter, I've had to drive to Irvine and downtown LA. You know, and for me, it's My daughter, she cries every morning that daddy's gone at work. She cries when I'm not home, when she comes home from school. And that's my little angel, so I support this project so I can be close to home to my kids, and I also have a stay-at-home mother that she has to travel across town with 2 kids, a newborn and a 4-year-old that's going to be 5, and it's real hard on her, so I support this project 100%. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Steve Rutledge. When I retired in 2012, I'd spent the last 15 years of my career working at Children's Hospital Los Angeles. My wife spent her last 5 years working at UC Riverside. And we didn't move out here for a bunch of warehouses. It was a quality of life issue for us. And we're invested in the community. I'm the vice chair of San Gorgonio Memorial Hospital's board. Although I'm not here to talk about the healthcare issues, although there are plenty of them that we could spend some time on, but I only have 3 minutes. So again, for me, it's a quality of life issue. I think it's disingenuous to say that 1,000 feet isn't going to affect somebody's property values, or 1,800 feet in your case. That's 3 football fields. There are people on this planet that can run that distance in 40 seconds. It just isn't that far. So it's disingenuous to say that it won't affect property values just because it's 1,000 feet away. I hope that this doesn't get kicked down the road, not kicking the can down the road. This gets settled tonight so that you can't push it past the elections in November, because I know some people are up for election. So I hope it gets settled tonight. Some of the folks behind me here who have professed needing the work, I appreciate that, I really do. But it's a year or 2, maybe to build a warehouse, I don't know, not much longer than that if it is. But the effects are going to last a lifetime for the people that live here in Beaumont. And I suspect most of the people don't live in Beaumont and won't live in Beaumont. They've mentioned Redlands, they've mentioned Moreno Valley. Go build it there. I know that the warehouse will probably be very nice, be very attractive, probably not a big gray block of concrete like the one over in Banning. The one across the street from where they want to build is an attractive building. It's really not about the building. It's about what goes in and comes out of that building. And you can build a pretty building, just like you can put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next 3 speakers, Pat Wayne, Sharon Gelson, and Roger Thompson.
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have 1 caller on the line.
Okay, go ahead and send it through. Caller, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead and state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Marco Santana, and I'm a resident of Banning, California. I'm a co-founder of A Better Banning and a former planning commissioner from the city next door. I do express my concerns with the warehousing industry in my hometown during a similar project that was being built next to a senior living community. I want to make sure residents see the impact of warehousing from both ends of the spectrum. I'm urging the council to consider a year-long moratorium of the building of warehouses in Beaumont to study environmental and social impacts that the warehousing sector has on local communities and residences. Of course, I stress this is most important in building warehouses next to residences, including marginalized communities. The Inland Empire already faces some of the worst air pollution and traffic congestion in the U.S. Data compiled by UCLA has shown that 71% of children of 10 years or under in the area that warehouses are built next to usually have or are developing asthma. In fact, according to the American Lung Association, Riverside County has an F rating for ozone and particulate matter pollution. From a report by the South Coast Air Quality Management District, the office found that those that live as close as a half mile from warehouses have a much higher chance of developing complications with heart diseases and asthma. High unemployment rates and low socioeconomic statuses often go hand in hand as well with warehouses, and are two areas often used to describe disadvantaged communities. While some cities like to cite the narrative that these warehouses are job centers, these warehouse jobs do little to improve the conditions of community because these jobs historically have high turnover rates, low wages, and limited capacity for promotions within the company. In fact, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the average employee turnover in a warehouse industry is currently at 46.1%, while the turnover rate across all sectors in the nation is 12 to 15% annually. Though seemingly lucrative at first glance, the warehousing industry mortgages the Inland Empire's future for marginal economic gain today. Cities like Beaumont are beautiful places, with a strong sense of community having so much more to offer than the short-term, high-turnover fad that will ultimately not bring the high-quality jobs that many of these warehouse developers boast about. Please consider a year-long moratorium to grant extra time to study the effects, whether economically, socially, and whatnot, to provide a better future for tomorrow. So thank you for your time, and I hope you all have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, Pat Wayne.
Hi, good evening. I've lived in Beaumont for the last 8 years, and I did want to mention something that was disturbing to me as one of your citizens, of voters here, is that we all came early, but all the seats were taken up by these construction workers, and a lot of your citizens and voters are in the overflow room. So just wanted to mention that. What a dilemma, huh? This must be why you guys are paid so well, right? To make these decisions. I just want to stress a couple of things that haven't been mentioned extensively yet. I would really encourage you to put aside all the emails from Say Yes Beaumont, because you can't trust that people knew exactly what they were saying yes to. I saw the texts and the flyers. They said that they improved their communication after the Planning Commission meeting, and I didn't see that. And in fact, you were given no chance to register a no vote. It was just sending you the emails for that the developer wanted you to see. You know, regardless of how they try to sweeten the deal now, the impact on our community doesn't change, and there's no reversing those negative impacts once you do it. And by the way, the data shows that warehouses do negatively impact property values. I mean, you can imagine if this whole pass area starts looking like Warehouse Row. You've got 5 projects. Banning is looking at 4. Calimesa is looking at a couple. And more residences aren't going to affect our property values. These workers are all talking about what's a short-term contract to build it, a year or two. Recent on the news just this week, Amazon's turnover rate is 100% on an annual basis. Their workers turn over that quickly. So what do? I want to recommend we do what other cities are doing to the north and west of us and declare a 1-year moratorium on any warehouse projects, so that I would like to encourage you to collaborate with our sister cities in the past who are also being targeted with these projects. We need balanced, responsible land use policy.
Thank you for your comment.
Sharon, you're up.
With the mask. Good evening. My name is Sharon Geiser I live in Four Seasons, Beaumont. And I ask you to vote no on the proposed Beaumont Summit Station development because it's located in an area that is zoned residential, and the city decided several years ago to locate all industrial developments south of the 60 freeway in the west part of town. We can all see what's happening, especially in San Bernardino and Riverside counties, in cities such as Fontana, Norco, Redlands, implementing a moratorium on proposed warehouses and distribution centers from being built in their cities. These cities are already feeling the effects of hundreds of trips by large trucks at all hours throughout the day and night, which affect public health, noise, traffic, and safety. Beaumont has 2 large senior citizen communities, but most of the new housing developments consist of families with young children. What parent nowadays wants to raise their child in a polluted area that could cause lung damage and other health issues such as cancer? The city of Beaumont already has 6 warehouses, and when you combine that with what is happening in Calamasa and Banning, we may already be at the saturation point with these types of developments. But it's not too late to protect our rural past area from becoming, quote, the past warehouse area. I ask you to consider the future of this beautiful area and put a moratorium into effect until this problem can be studied further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roger Thompson.
Hello, my name is Roger Thompson, a resident of Beaumont in the Stetson development. Those photos that I just handed to the council, and I appreciate you taking the time, that's from my backyard. And that's overlooking the property that's going to be developed. So obviously I've got a little bit of a stake here when you look at my view and or looking at a 60-foot wall concrete warehouse going up. So I disagree a little bit with the project manager's inference that it's not going to affect property values. It will certainly affect my property value. The applicant purchased the land with single-family residency, land use zoning in place. The general plan that you folks diligently constructed and worked on, it continued to stay single-family residency. It wasn't until a venture capital group in Europe bought equity in this group that they decided, hey, everybody's building warehouses, let's build warehouses. It makes no sense to build a warehouse in that area, none at all. And I think all of you know that. With regards to the blue line, the little river along Brookside, no one's ever going to develop that. You can't. You can't. They're never going to develop that section of 21 acres along Brookside. But I would like you to deny this applicant's, keep the general plan the way it is. You folks are the patriarchs of our community. Your vote tonight is going to be lasting well for the next 60 years. This project would probably have about a 60-year lifespan. Your vote tonight, if you approve this, will be a legacy that will continue for the citizens of Beaumont long after all of us are gone. And I think it'll be a negative. This has been a beautiful committee. My family and I moved up here in 2009 into Stetson to purchase this house. My family's been in Beaumont for about 40 years. My father was the, I don't know if some of you know, the Beaumont Fast Pitch Coyotes fast pitch team, the Valdivia's team. My dad was a pitcher for about 40 years. So I'm familiar with this community. This is just the wrong use for land. Keep it single-family residential, and I thank you all very much for your time. And I hope that you'll not approve this or amend the applicant's proposal. It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't, not for the citizens of Beaumont. And I hope you folks will do that. But I thank you for your time, all of you, very much.
Thank you.
You have those? I can keep those photos on.
There you go.
Thank you, folks. Thank you very much.
Next three speakers, Edie Bowl, John Sissy, and Armando Ocampo.
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have one caller on the line.
Okay, go ahead and send it through. Caller, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, go ahead and state your name. You have 3 minutes. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Joanna Gutierrez. My family actually is in Stetson, or my parents live in Stetson, and I own a house in the new community Olivewood. That being said, I just wanted to say that the Vote Yes campaign was definitely misleading. I think that living in the year 2022, it's very clear what's important, and air quality is of top importance for our community. I moved to Beaumont back in 2006. I moved out, graduated, and came to start my family in Beaumont, California. It needs to remain residential, it needs to remain healthy, and I definitely am voting no on the Summit Station. Thank you.
Thank you. What was the caller's name, Nicole?
Just, it was Jay Gutierrez. Joanna.
Okay, Edie Bowl.
Hello, council members. This down? Okay, hi. I've lived in Beaumont for 32 years, and at that point we had one street light, 2 stop signs, which I really appreciated because I came from LA area. Since then, I lived right next to Three Rings Ranch when it was actually the ranch. And someone earlier was speaking about cancer and pollution. Well, we have recently just been taking a poll within the Three Rings Ranch community. There's about 30 children, we found out, that have developed cancer. And I think that's called a cancer cluster. And it's really some of a great concern to all the parents and all the citizens here. I don't think we need a warehouse because people moved here for this great community, for the housing, for the schools, which we actually are short on already. And I don't believe a warehouse would be of any benefit whatsoever to Beaumont. If anything, we should be looking at the infrastructure already, and also we need to look at more schools. My children have all graduated and moved on to bigger and better things. Now I have my grandkids with me, and I want them to be able to go to the high school. As soon as it was built, it was too small. So I think we need to direct our interest in improving what we have and not taking from. And there's carpenters here. My husband's a carpenter. He built the 9 homes in my area, and at that time that was considered a huge building in Beaumont. Hadn't been done in 50 years. My husband drives every day all over the place, and he's never complained about, oh, I wish they would build something here so I could work on it. So I really think you all need to listen to the citizens. That whole overflow room is filled with citizens that live here, and we're imploring you to please, I can see I'm going off here, but just please consider your residents and a carpenter or a warehouse. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Okay, John Sissy.
Yeah, my name is John Sisley. I'm a delegate to the Building Trades Commission, State of California. I'm a delegate to the Central Labor Council, Inland Empire. I'm also a business agent for the plumbers, pipe fitters, and refrigeration for San Bernardino and Riverside counties. I'm also a resident of Beaumont. It's not, for years we've seen the warehouses, we've seen the building. It's not that unusual. It's part of how a city grows. It's part of the process. You're going to get opposition probably on both sides. I think the best you could see is a developer that wants to partner with the local community, wants to partner with the local unions. You see my brothers and sisters and the carpenters and the laborers and the iron workers, plumbers, pipe fitters, we're all here. This is how people can afford to buy a home in Beaumont, is jobs like this, okay? And when you see a developer like this partnering with the local unions, wanting to give the money back to the community, you would seize that. There's been a lot of building around here that goes on that's not so friendly to the community. And we've been involved with some of that. We've went back and forth about some of that in the past. This one's a good one. This one, they're actually interested in it, and we're in favor of it. And I'm proud to be in favor of it here with all my brothers and sisters in the union. So, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Armando Ocampo.
Good evening, Council. My name is Armando Ocampo. I've lived here in Beaumont. I just recently graduated from my high school, and I did the pre-apprenticeship program through my high school, which gave me the skills and all of my skills needed to make a career for myself. I joined the Carpenters Union straight out of high school, and I love having a career that I can earn while I'm learning. It gets great benefits to support myself, and oftentimes I have to travel 2 to 3 hours to work. I would love to be able to live, work, and play in my community. For that reason, I encourage you to pass this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next three speakers, Delshawn McClellan, John Munoz, and Jeffrey Scott.
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
We have one caller on the line.
Okay, go ahead and send it through. Caller, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead and state your name, and you have 3
Hi,
minutes.
my name is James Vieira. I live in Solera community across of Brookside, and I'm just definitely opposed to any more warehouses in this area. I've been here for 2 years now. I'm 70 years old. I got some health issues, and right now over on Cherry Valley, they're going to have 650 trucks a day going.
We lost connection.
Okay, we may call back. So.
Delshawn McClellan.
Good evening. How's everybody doing? Again, my name's Delshawn McClellan, and I'm a member, like my brothers before me, of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, which we represent over 5,000 members in the vicinity of this project. A little over 200 that live in Beaumont. Obviously, all of them couldn't be here today, but this developer knows the difference of local, skilled, and trained craftsmen. This developer knows the difference between a livable wage, which brings our members. I know you've heard a lot of people up here today say that, they have to work far, they live far. That's all true, but, and would love to coach here at home. This contractor is giving 200 plus of your constituents a chance to just do that. So I hope you guys approve of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Juan Munoz, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Juan Munoz. I'm also a carpenter, and obviously you've already heard a lot of labor stories. Change is not easy. I'm sure when Beaumont was first incorporated 100 plus years ago, they didn't want it to look like what it did 50 years ago. And 50 years ago, didn't want it to look like what it did 25 years ago. And they didn't want it to look like what it does right now with all the communities. But are we better for it? Absolutely, I think. I think what we're missing here is some retail, a Target. Target's not gonna come here, Costco's not gonna come here. Nobody's gonna come here if it's hidden somewhere. They're always looking for a visual, driving down the freeway. Right now, people spend millions of dollars outside of Beaumont. They take it to Moreno Valley if they want to go to Target or the nearest Costco. They don't come here. They don't spend their money here. We're losing money here, the city of Beaumont, excuse me. I say Riverside because I'm from Riverside. We have three Targets there, and spend hundreds of dollars a month. I know. I see my checking account after my wife goes there, but that money stays in the community. There's a baseball park right down the street, about 3 miles from my house, where I go. I need a new playground. It's being worked on right now. There's money for it. You know, the money's being taken from us. You know, we make the money, we spend it within our city, and then it goes back into the community. Parks are built, libraries are built, new schools are built. It's all revenue. And we need the revenue to stay here in Beaumont. And it's not going to stay here in Beaumont if it keeps going to Moreno Valley or to Banning or anywhere else. It needs to stay here. And this project helps it do that. This project is perfect for Beaumont. I hope you say yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeffrey Scott, correct?
All right. Thank you, Honorable Council. My name is Jeffrey Scott. I am, again, a representative of the Southwest Carpenters. In full disclosure, I do live in Yucaipa. I live just across the hill, right up the boulevard, but I actually grew up in the area, spent some time in the city of Beaumont when I was younger. So I do have a lot of friends and family that live in the community still, and I'm not too far over to where I could afford to buy a house as a young apprentice. But I really want to give my commendations to the young man that spoke before. His name's Armando Ocampo. He just graduated high school. And part of my job is to go out into the community and recruit and educate the youth on the options and opportunities. So at a lot of the local high schools, Beaumont has a CTE program that is amazing. They do amazing work at the local high school. Same with Yucaipa and Banning High School. These programs, they need to have options and opportunities once they graduate. He's just a prime example of being able to go straight from high school and join a workforce in a productive manner. I know we can all go down the boulevard and see kind of what happens to somebody's lifestyle if there's not those options and opportunities. So I really hope you see this development as an investment and not just what it is Beaumont is today, but what Beaumont in the next 20, 30 years is going to look like. This is an investment not just in our community right now, because let's be honest, a project of this size is going to affect a lot of the surrounding areas. But it's more so the youth that are going to be able to hopefully live, work, and build and play in this community. And very rarely do we see a developer that's committed to hiring local skilled and trained workforce, giving opportunities to the youth, not just today, but well into the future. So for those reasons, I really hope you consider approving the project. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next three speakers, Dixon Gayer, Alicia Igverk, and Lynette Smilek.
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
I have a written comment I can read if you'd like. This comment is from Linda Dostal. Hello, we were railroaded and scammed into getting the first warehouse by a county supervisor who was retiring when his vote was bought. Another man, possibly with the country planning department, also got up during several hearings we attended and repeatedly lied about how wonderful the warehouse would be and how traffic would be improved on Cherry Valley Boulevard with the new design. Now with all of the new homes that were built on the southwest side of the 10 freeway, in the mornings, we, the residents of Solera, can't even pull out onto Brookside Avenue because of the traffic where people are waiting to drop off their children at the local elementary school and high school. Putting another warehouse on Cherry Valley Boulevard will just put additional traffic on Brookside, along with the noise, smog, and other problems, not just during school hours, but all day. Already, when there is work being done on Cherry Valley Boulevard, the traffic is horrendous on Brookside. If more permanent warehouse or industrial commercial complexes are built along Cherry Valley Boulevard, we can just stay in our homes and live as shut-ins. Be ashamed if you vote for this.
Thank you.
Sorry, it keeps going. We are all against all of these warehouses. All it took was one shyster who paid off another shyster to get into a local small farmers to sell to them so that they could reap large amounts of money from big business while putting our school children and elderly folks at risk with heavy traffic and large trucks. This is typical of our current federal government and their lying, heavy-handed tactics to intimidate the most vulnerable citizens, the young and the elderly. If you approve more warehouses, you should be ashamed of yourselves, and hopefully you will pay the price. Willie and Linda Dostal.
Okay, Dixon Gayer.
I think maybe everybody might have noticed that all the residents, the voters, all want this not to happen. And I understand all the carpenters wanting to have jobs and stuff like that, and I think it's great. I mean, we do need improvements here, but we don't need to be a truck stop. Let's make it, I think it's 2.8 million square feet of warehouse and 50,000 square feet of retail. Let's switch it around to make 2.8 million square feet of retail. Restaurants, nice stores, things like that, and 50,000 square feet of industrial area. We don't need a truck stop. We've already had that. I have understood also, and some of the people have already talked about it, that 4-1, the Planning Commission has voted against this. I don't even know why we're doing this. Why do you have a Planning Commission, and why are you keeping it going? It doesn't make any sense. Have you listened to what's been happening? Have you heard of Beaumont residents say they want to do this? Because I haven't. And I do believe that all the workers, I do believe we can employ them, but I think we can employ them on doing things that are constructive and making a betterment for the residents of Beaumont and not building another truck stop. So, that's my opinion.
Sir, can you state your name for the record?
My name is Dixon Gayer. I'm from Solera.
Thank you, sir.
Here in Beaumont. I'm a Beaumont voter.
Thank you.
Okay, Lynette Smilak, Four Seasons, Beaumont, yay. But please, no warehouse. I read a very disturbing thing about an Amazon warehouse, not about Stater Brothers. I guess they're pretty good. Had competition to see who could put together, the most goods out for shipping for a lousy cookie. Now, come on. Is that a good paying job? Yeah, I'm for the jobs, but 2 years when this is done, you probably won't be here. I actually didn't live here. I commuted from Highland back in '77. I was a teacher here. And you know what? Maybe I'd like it to go back to the way it was then, where you had to put your name on a waiting list for an apartment. All right? Maybe I don't, but anyways, you get the drift. As far as like these semi-trucks, there's going to be legislation where they can't spew out so much pollution. Yeah, but what was the word that was used? Pouring out more and more trucks that are already on the freeway, not counting those warehouses that are being proposed or being built in Cherry Valley, that's it, just down the street. That legislation to lower the emissions isn't going to do a thing because there's going to be twice as many trucks. So please think about this. And yes, I want to be able to breathe. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm still waiting on Alicia. Is she there?
I can switch over to a
Okay.
written comment. This letter is from Elaine Morgan, a letter in opposition to Beaumont Summit Station. On June 28th, I listened to 45 public comments against the approval of the proposed Beaumont Summit Station project at the City of Beaumont Planning Commission meeting. Only one resident of Cherry Valley voiced a positive comment in relationships to the need of the proposed Danny Thomas Land Park. All remaining were union workers who seemed to want the project approved so that their union members would have more work. Did I see many of the same union faces at the county supervisors meeting when the San Gorgonio Crossing monster was up for a vote? I do hope that each of you who did not attend the Planning Commission meeting viewed it on YouTube. I would like to address the following points. Beaumont General Plan. Our general plan has made allowances for e-commerce within specified areas of our city. As a blueprint for the future of our city, a general plan is working commitment that city residents should be able to rely on. We expect our elected representatives to adhere to the plan, not making spot zoning changes for an out-of-town developer hoping for a zoning conversion. Residential zoning. Commissioner Black made a comment at the meeting that brought back one of the supervisor's justifications for approving the San Gorgonio Crossing project. Who wants to live across from that monstrosity, and what else are they going to be able to build there? As was the same circumstance with the San Gorgonio project. This is not a private owner who has tried multiple times to build on his land. This is a developer that chose to scoop up a property that was zoned in a complete contrast to the intent and purpose of the purchase. What else can be built there? For one, low and moderate income housing, which is desperately needed in Beaumont. There's plenty of state assistance for developers of this type of housing. Permits are readily available on that land that is already entitled. Amend the Sunny Cal project and approve it for single and two-story condos. Let's elevate our city by providing housing to all income segments. Developer concessions and claims. The developer gave a slew of reasons why the project was more beneficial to our city and neighborhoods, many of which were conceptually flawed. One claim is that there would be less traffic than the residential project. That sounded reasonable until they mentioned they were talking to multiple possible tenants, one being was Costco. An average Costco store takes up 143,000 square feet, not including parking. An average store realizes sale generations per day of $450,000, with an estimate of $300 in sales for each customer entering the store. That equates to 1,500 trips generated per day for this one tenant. Costco during the holidays would generate 3 times those trips. Between the truck, retail, and hotel traffic, 500 homes would not be generating an overall level of daily trips in and out of the neighborhood that would even come close. And I'll stop there.
Thank you.
Next 3 speakers, Anthony Colindres, Robert Lugan, and Larry Steelman. Anthony first.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here. Thank you for having this meeting. I am a resident of Beaumont. I live here, I work here, and I am against this project. One being that the zoning was already zoned for residential. We have space for warehousing, so if we have space for it, why are we rezoning? I would understand for us having to rezone it if we didn't have that excess space already now, But since we do have that excess space, why are we choosing to rezone it? Second, there's a lot of money that has been thrown around, $70 million that there's going to be given for parks, infrastructure. The infrastructure wouldn't be done before the building's up, because Caltrans would have to approve it. There's a big plan that has to be had before it could even be built. That warehouse is going to be built way before those exits could ever be fully built. And how much money is this developer gaining? If they're willing to give you $70 million, how much are they getting back? They're not gonna just give you money just because they're good people. If they would, then they'll be like, okay, let's build it somewhere else, and I'm still gonna give you that money. They're not gonna do that. They're making a profit on this building, and everybody here that has been speaking for it has something to gain. There's residents that do have something to gain, and that is quality of life. The reason why people are moving to Beaumont, and the reason why it is thriving, because of the quality of life. There's something here, and there's something elevated that we have created that people are drawn to it. Let's not destroy that. So I am against this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony, what was his last name?
Colindres.
Colindres.
Okay.
Colindres.
Thank you. Thank you.
Robert Lugan.
Good evening, Councilman. My name is Robert Lugan. I'm a retiree of Local 416 Ironworkers. I am a lifetime member, and I've been with them for 40 years. And we have 3,500 union members, and that's plus retirees. This project for us means something significant, very significant. It is important to us, and it's important for us to speak up on the good projects, and Beaumont has this project coming up. This project will change for the better future. Developers will build at this scale know that their projects are more than just a development, but a place the whole city can derive for the community, plus the 28,000 jobs it's going to bring in. With the responsibilities of contractors and a good wage promise by this developer, this project is meeting the moment and doing a good job of it. Plus, with the 10 million community dollars that's going into the park. Respectfully, you will please consider the many working men and women who are part of this developer's plan by voting yes. And one of an elder has shared with me is, what man is a man if he can't make the world better? Thank you for hearing me, and I hope you vote yes.
Thank you.
My name is Larry Steelman. I live in Beaumont, and I moved to Beaumont because it was more of a community than a city. And I definitely didn't move here with the promise of a commercial or industrial bonanza down the road. I've talked to many, many, many people about this, and I've yet to have one tell me they're in favor of it. And after all the speakers we've heard tonight, I've still yet to hear one who's in favor of it, with the exception, of course, the organized union response. And we can only imagine who that's organized by. It causes me to wonder out loud how the council can feel that their infinite wisdom is potentially wiser than the infinite wisdom of the people who elected you. Here again, I've yet to hear one in favor. Why would you go against that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and I might add the, what is it, 60 or 70 million dollars or something you're getting? From what I hear, that's a loan.
Thank you, sir.
Next three speakers, Peter Sierra, Michael Staruper, and Jacqueline Lee.
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
One caller in the line.
Okay, go ahead and send them through. Caller, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, go ahead and state your name first. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, hi, my name is Carrie, and I'm calling for my husband, Russell Weber. We just moved here in Solera 22 months ago. We moved from Kailua Kona to here to be near family, and because it was a beautiful rural area. We had no idea when we bought the property that there was a great big huge warehouse going up. We're really concerned about this. We don't want the warehouse. We're totally against it because it's the pollution, your air pollution is so bad during the summertime. You can't even go walking outside because of people with heart conditions or lung conditions. And we're just really, really against this because we live here. We're right on the next to Brookside Avenue. And I just wanted to let you know that we're really, really against it. We live here. We are living in the community, and we don't want it. We think it's a bad thing that for all the people that live here. I realize that it would bring a lot of money in, and all these carpenters are there saying that they're all for it, but they don't live here. And if they do, they're not realizing how this is going to affect their children's breathing, the traffic conditions, and everything else that goes along with it. So just wanted to let you know, Terry and Russ Weber are totally against it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter?
Good evening, folks. My name is Peter Sierra, and I'm a 20-year resident here in Beaumont. I lived on the east side of town for my first 19 and a half years of living here in the city of Beaumont, right next to Oak Valley. And now my wife and I, we saved our money for a long time, and we're glad to have purchased our very first house in the Ridgeview community on the west side of Beaumont. We live there with our 8-year-old son. I've been active in this community for 4 years with the Beaumont Youth Baseball as the manager for my son's baseball team. When we're not playing baseball, I make sure to spend time with my son and the other neighborhood children, playing basketball out in the front yard, playing baseball, or just watching the kids ride their scooters and bikes. The main purpose of that is to try to keep him off of his tablet and off of his devices, get some clean air. Coincidentally, that's the main reason why my family and I moved out here 20 years ago from San Bernardino, was to escape the pollution that's in the air in San Bernardino, the violence also, but the main thing was this clean country air that we had out here. I grew up watching I Love Lucy a lot of the times, and I saw when they got out of that dusty old apartment in New York City and moved to the country. I was proud when we were able to save our money and be able to move to the country. I know it's on a smaller scale, but my family and I see out here in Beaumont as the country living, and we're very proud of that. Every morning when I leave, traffic is horrible to get to work in San Bernardino. But I make the trek every day because it's a lot closer than going to Compton as I used to do. I've worked for the Teamsters Union for the last 10 years, so I'm a friend of labor as well. I support these workers who are behind us, and I agree with them that they definitely do need to eat. Everybody has that right to eat. But once their work is done here, my family and I will continue to live here, and the folks who live here in this community will be blessed with heavy truck traffic, along with air pollution, and low-wage jobs. We believe we can have a community of benefits agreement from residential and industrial developers in the future. We believe we should have a moratorium on the development of warehouses in the city of Beaumont for 1 year. We're hoping that this will give the council enough time to collaborate with folks in the Pass area to speak about how we can have a positive plan for our community in the future. We thank you folks for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Michael?
You did say Stamper?
Couldn't spell it properly. Stamper.
S-T-A-M-P-E-R?
You got it.
Okay.
My name is Michael Stamper. I've been a resident here since 1995. I am also a union member. I've been at it for 42 years and just retired. I'm a rigging manager for a crane company that puts up all these tilt-up walls that you guys see. So, you know, we're happy to see a lot of industry coming to our area. I know you guys have a tough decision to make, and I hope that you guys will pray on it because it's tough, man, to see things grow. And I love my community, and you know, I am totally for this project only because I'm sick of the houses because we are not fixing none of our roads. And, you know, we have issues with getting our traffic around now. I know, you know, and I respect all these people out here that don't want it. I mean, I understand where they're coming from, you know, but, you know, it's progress. It's part of what's going to happen whether we like it or not. So, and, if it's not going to happen on that side, it's going to happen on this side. As long as they're putting money into our community and making it better, I don't see a problem with a warehouse. I mean, I want to see baseball fields. I used to be a coach. You know, I've been here and got to know a lot of people that have been here a lifetime. So, you know, I love this community. And whatever you guys decide, you know, we'll respect it either way. So, but, you know, as a union member, I've made a good living and raised 4 children here. So, and I've changed my whole life since I've been here. I came here at rec and then things happened for me and I got better and I was able to raise 4 kids and it's been a wonderful life being a union member. So whatever you guys decide, I hope you continue with this project. So God bless you guys and thank you.
Thank you.
Jacqueline?
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Lee, and I'm a member of the community. I'm a teacher, I'm a soccer coach, and my son plays soccer, he plays basketball. And I see the pros and the cons of both, and I understand either way, Beaumont's growing, and it's going to either be building the residential areas or something like the Summit Station. But the main thing is, and I heard somebody mention it earlier, is the water. So Beaumont, the city of Beaumont, the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District has tried to get the city of Beaumont to connect the recycled water system. When you drive around the city, you see the purple pipes, and the pipe is in the ground, and it's been in the ground for over 10 years. The problem is the city of Beaumont hasn't taken the move to connect it and work with the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District. So as the community is growing, the stress on the water system hasn't been addressed fully. The pipes are in place, so whether you build the Beaumont Summit Station or whether you go forward with the homes, it's the water. None of this is going to happen without the water. And I see that's great that they're saying they're saving money or they're saving millions of gallons on water, but whether you do either one, it's the water. So I would urge before you either approve or don't approve, I understand it's going to grow, that the water needs to come into consideration and that the system is there. It's been a good 10 years. It's just been sitting there. And that system would help along with either whether you decide to build either way. And I see the pros and cons. My son plays sports. I would love to see a beautiful park, but the traffic, and I understand the people who live don't want to see this wall in their backyard, but I understand also the people have to work and they wouldn't want to be near their homes to build and work close to home. But for me and my family, I have many families here. I have cousins. Our family has been in this community for years. My grandpa they moved here to build the train station in Banning. I have many, many family members. But the main concern for me is the water system, and I urge the city to work with the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District to get that recycled water in place, which is already there. The city just needs to take the next step. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. Next 3 speakers, Ephraim Lopez, Jose Rodillo, and Chris Espinoza.
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have one caller on the line.
Okay, go ahead and send it through. Caller, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and state your name first. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Brianna.
Go right ahead.
What I was thinking is if this building were to be put into, like up by in Cherry Valley, where it's going to be set or whatever, people don't understand that what it is that if there's a company there, it's going to keep the traffic closer to the freeway rather than you had how many homes going in or whatever. You need to think about the people, how many people are in each house. So if the people are 2, 3, 4 people in each house, then it's going to cause traffic up Brookside, everything like that. What I was thinking is like, if you have the buildings close to the freeway or whatever, it means that like people come to work, they leave work, they get on the freeway, they go home. It's not causing traffic throughout Beaumont. And it's right there where the high school is too. So do you want more traffic near the high school where our kids are going to school? Or do you want to have like a warehouse that's closer to like the freeway where people come to work, leave, and that's that? I'm worried about having more housing up around there because the high school is right there and it causes more traffic throughout the whole town, everything. That's what I'm thinking, but I know there's more people for the warehouse than there are for, the housing. But if the housing gets put in, it's going to cause more traffic around Beaumont and it's going to cause problems, especially for kids that are driving and the freeway being right there.
Right, thank you
All
for
right,
your call.
done.
Oh, I don't mean to cut you. You still talking?
No, I'm done.
Okay, I appreciate your comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Mr. Lopez.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Efrain Lopez. I am with LAUNA, stands for the Labor's International Union of North America. I am here to support Beaumont Summit Station project. This is an important mixed-use project bringing jobs, road improvements, and new restaurants and retail to the city of Beaumont. This project will bring good-paying jobs. It will be built by professional, trained, and skilled construction workers. This project is an absolute win for everyone. Please move forward with this project so the community can have something new to be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council, staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jose Rodillo. I'm also a member of LAUNA. I've been a member for 18 years now. And in those 18 years, I have driven all over Southern California from job site to job site. And I would love to work here in the city of Beaumont. A project like this will bring so much jobs to the community. It will also bring union jobs for our brothers and sisters. But it was 18 years ago that a project like this helped me change my life. It gave me a second chance. Now I'm a productive member of society, and I know it will give other union members a second chance. I 100% approve of this project moving forward, and I humbly ask the City Council to also consider that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good evening, Councilman and Mayor Pro.
My name is Chris Espinoza. First of all, I'm a family man. I live in the city here. I've been 2 years here living. I came from Long Beach, a resident from Long Beach. Why? Because I wanted to give my kids a better life than I did. Am I grateful for my union? Yes, I am very grateful. So I take that commute every day. You know why? Because I love my kids. So I know a lot of people are against the project. I'm not, because every day I pass the city and I drive to LA. I've been up since 4 o'clock in the morning. Here I am. Why? I don't get paid to speak. I'm here because I'm representing my family foremost. And these guys behind me are my family also. So, you know, change is great, you guys. I know some people it's hard to adapt for change, but change means growth, right? Infrastructure is growth. You know, we think about it, these guys behind us, we build America every day. Without us, you guys ain't getting to work. Without us, you guys don't have hospitals. Without us, you guys don't have schools. All we're trying to do is give our family a better life than what we had. So I hope you guys say yes on this matter, because it's gonna matter for me, and my kids are right here waiting for me to get home right now. But I'm still here because I care. If I didn't care, I wouldn't be up here speaking. But I know voices do matter. And so I hope you guys consider this in a good matter and keep building Beaumont so we could be just like LA and bigger and better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next three speakers, Felipe Delgadillo, Abraham Alonso, and Eric Rutherford.
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers on the line.
Okay, I'll do a written comment. Good evening, council members. I've lived in Beaumont most of my life, moved away a few years, but came back. Why? Because of all of the livestock, openness, and the people. I love seeing the livestock on my way to work and home. I live in Stetson. I would hate to see a warehouse and the smell of diesel fuel as I drive down Brookside. I am totally against the Summit Station. As originally planned, there is supposed to be houses built on said parcel. I hate to see so much open space go away, but if it has to, I would rather have houses than an ugly warehouse and big rigs coming down Brookside. No space for those on the road. The developer says they will help pay for the widening of the off-ramp or roads, but the city would need to get Calamasa and Caltrans on board. Some of the roads are theirs. We don't know if we can go for that and if the city would need to pay for the rest. I can go on and on. Put the warehouses on the outskirts of town by the 60 highway where there are not homes and where people not where there are homes and where people walk and ride their bikes as families often do here. Thank you for your time, Eileen Rodriguez.
Thank you.
Mr. Delgadillo?
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Felipe Delgadillo. I'm a representative for the Carpenters Union. I'm not a resident of Beaumont, but we have over 200 members that live in this city. Over 5,000 that reside in Riverside County. I have two of my kids that are carpenter union carpenters, and they follow my steps. We moved to the Inland Empire 13 years ago. As of this date, they haven't had an opportunity. I haven't had an opportunity to work close to home. These projects give us an opportunity to, at least for a couple of months, a year, to be close to home, to spend more time with our families. I heard one of the residents that the husband is a carpenter, and he doesn't complain. We're not complaining about driving to work. We're just asking for an opportunity to work close to home. We're talking about traffic. If we build single-family homes, traffic is gonna be worse. And I don't know if you guys know, there's a lot of houses being built here in Beaumont. Everyone that's building those houses, they're making the money here, but they're spending the money somewhere else. And there's a lot of tax fraud when it comes to residential single-family homes. It's all cash pay. And I'm here to support this project, and I hope you guys do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello.
My name's Abraham Alonso, and I live in Hammond, and I'm just here to show my support to the project.
Very
Thank
nice,
you.
thank you.
Good evening. Hope you guys are doing well. I know it's been a long night. My name is Eric Rutherford. I have been a resident with Beaumont for 13 years, and I agree with so many things that both sides have said. Traffic has absolutely gotten horrendous since I've lived here, but I do not believe that that's the cause of the houses. I believe that's the cause of lack of planning. With that said, and I wrote some points down, is that I'm not against the workers, and I think that it feels like it's the community against the workers, and it's not. I think that I support jobs. I just don't think that the warehouse should be placed where they're placed. I think there's a place for them, and it's not there. I'm not against retail. I believe that we need that. But Beaumont is Beaumont. So I ask as you make these decisions to stop and think. Our parades, our Christmas parades, our Thanksgiving parades, they do not go through retail. They go through our communities. And it is our communities that make Beaumont Beaumont. And I think that we need to keep that in mind. What do we want? We're not saying no to change. We're saying no to that change. I was at home watching the Zoom. And one of the things one of the gentlemen said is, we bought this land and we're going to be here regardless. Essentially, that's what he said. I want to say to them that they may have bought the land, but they didn't buy the people. We are the people of Beaumont, and we say no. And I encourage you to say no to it as well. And I want you to think and ask, what do you want your legacy to be? I have came in at the end of the previous councils that we know mismanaged money. I want to think about what do we want our downtown to be. Right now it's on the verge of becoming a ghost town. And again, that's where our community should be. Our parade should be going through downtown. We should be prioritizing our infrastructure and our communities. And so I, again, encourage you to say no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the final two speakers, Blair Ball and Jessica Rodriguez.
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have one caller on the line.
Okay, go ahead and send them through. Caller, can you hear us?
Yes, hello.
Yes. Go ahead and
Yes.
state your name. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, Jeffrey Wilson. I live in Four Seasons, and I'm absolutely against the warehouse project. I was actually at the City Hall earlier. I had to leave, unfortunately, but I was in the back room there on the hard seats. But anyway, the project, as proposed, is way too close to schools and residential, and there's no point in having a city plan if you're just going to flip it and make it industrial. That is not what a city plan is for. So the Summit Station is going to be a gigantic monstrosity, and they sent out a load of text. I got them on my phone, and they said that it was going to be create open space, good jobs, and traffic improvements. And it never mentioned a warehouse at all, so that was not transparent, as the project manager said. In fact, that was downright underhand. Anyway, the city plan is useless if you keep overturning the land use. It's worthless. And other monstrosities would probably follow this one. Beaumont is going to be squeezed from every side with traffic, and it's going to create a diesel death zone. It's too close to housing, schools, and seniors, and particulate matter is an equal opportunity lung destroyer. Kids grow up with shrunken brains, has asthma, and lung cancer, and as a result, this is the legacy that Summit Station will leave the residents of Beaumont. I ask the council to deny the project and remember that they represent city residents and not the developers. Thank you.
Thank you for comment.
Thank you.
My name is Blair Ball. Good evening, council, staff. Like you, I have had opportunity to sit on a dais and make decisions for the public, and I know you take that very seriously. I know you. I know the honesty and integrity that you come and bring to this council. We worked many years to bring it to this point. This is a fairly simple decision that you're going to make tonight in my mind because you have laid the groundwork for it. 2 years ago, you developed a master plan. It included warehouses in a certain part of town, homes in other parts of the town, and so forth. You then have employed, or not employed, but you've appointed a city planning commission who have looked at this in very great detail. You have had opportunities for you to hear from the city residents and others who will be affected by it and impacted by it. Your own planning commission voted 4-1 to deny this. And so, to me, it's a very simple solution. Stay with your plan. Stay with your advice from your planning commission and move forward. There's an opportunity for this developer to build a warehouse in a proper place within the city. These people purchased this land. They certainly understood what they were getting into. If not, shame on them. This is not a plan that is significant enough to change your general plan. Now, someone earlier said that he loves his children. I love my grandchildren. And I know that a diesel particulate is just as willing to go into my grandchildren's lungs as it is anyone else's here. It's not going to stop at a city park. It's not going to stop at a high school where the football players are playing and exercising. It's not going to discriminate against them. I see many, many children with asthma way too early. I see patients who are on oxygen because they can't make an oxygen transfer from the carbon dioxide because there's so much particulate matter in their lungs. So please, the right option is to deny the plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Jessica Rodriguez.
Hi there. My name is Jessica. I wanted to speak to the council about the Beaumont Summit project and the fact that I was asked by developers to survey the community. I had hundreds of conversations, more conversations than all of these people put together. And I will tell you the one thing that, So I had conversations with residents who both supported and opposed the program. But one thing that kept being mentioned was the traffic. The long trips that were spent elsewhere and the obsolete four-way stop sign exit and overpass that is Cherry Valley Boulevard. The definite lack of safety and bottleneck effect when trying to get home. Multiple conversations, I want to say more than 50 conversations about children who had almost been struck at Cherry Valley Boulevard because they crossed that off-ramp whether they're in elementary or Beaumont High. People hating, and using this word, hating to drive home to Beaumont because they had to come home and idle dangerously at an off-ramp, and especially that particular exit. Countless people who were stuck in the train fiasco that happened. One particular woman was elderly. She was stuck in her car for 5 hours without food, water, or medication. And so we know that anytime there are trains over 50 carts, that is a problem to multiple intersections through Beaumont. So we have a solution. We have a developer who's willing to expand that exit and not only solve a traffic issue, but a safety issue. You have countless families that will thrive due to the work that these union workers will do, not only in Beaumont, but throughout Beaumont and Riverside, San Bernardino County. A beautiful park and a retail space for residents. And I'd like to mention, everybody keeps talking about this warehouse. The location of this new development is that it is going to be, in fact, right next to the two buildings that are already in Beaumont. And that obsolete overpass, without or with the warehouses, is in fact obsolete. Can you tell me any exits on the freeway of the 10 freeway that have four-way stop signs? Now, I understand Beaumont wants to stay small, but we can't stay small when it's creating a fiasco, traffic-wise, safety-wise, and when people are leaving Beaumont to spend money elsewhere because there aren't any resources here. Well, when a developer is willing to
Thank you, ma'am, for your comments.
fund something, we need to go ahead and take those freebies while we can get them.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Jose Garcia.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jose Garcia. I'm a 34-year member from the LIUNA, Labor's International Union of North America. My family, my kids have depended on councils, planning commissions, boards, awarding agencies to put out projects so that we may be able to have a decent living, to be able to live the American dream, to be able to buy a house, to put the kids through college. I feel for both sides. I know people retire and don't want things next to them, but I want to hit a couple points. Most people want to live near amenities and stuff, so you don't have to drive. So that's going to cut a lot of these people that live near this place, driving places where they don't have to. I live in a neighboring community, and I don't want to name it because it's so small we have nothing. And it's very, very difficult just to go get shoes, just to go get food. And yes, we do it in another community because they have places that are competitive prices. And as a worker, I have to look out for that. I'm not retired yet. I want to be. I'm close to it. And people, we're so scared of this smog. In this state, we have the strongest laws. Senators writing bills every day. Diesel is more expensive than gas right now. It's gonna go away. So is gas. I'm in the market of buying a car right now. You can't find an electric car right now without a big old upcharge. 20, 30 years ago, this thing right here, I want you to see. Everybody was saying, in 10 years, we're gonna have a big bump on our head. Big bump on our head. I have one, but it's from other cases. So, and we're crazy enough to lay these next to our kids, to let them use a tablet all day. We are in a time of change. When I was a kid, the mall was a big thing to go to. The swap meet was. Just to get green shoes at attention Kmart shoppers, we have a sale on green shoes. Hello, I wore green shoes and I'm proud of it. But now I'm a proud member of my community. I'm a taxpayer, I'm a homeowner, and maybe one day I will look to this valley to retire such as others have been. Please, please take into consideration, we're in a time of change. If you see any of the vans going, they go to these nice neighborhoods. They're the ones that have money to shop online. I'm still at the 99-cent store. So I'm sorry, okay, for being a worker, but that's what I chose. And please, please, I am in full support. And one last thing, the greed. These people know greed. There's so much money put out there. You ought to be proud of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I have written comments left.
Okay.
Let me check with any callers online. I'm sorry. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay.
What do you estimate on your written comments there?
I have, I have 5.
Okay, let's do that first. I want to, go ahead.
Okay. I have a letter from City of Calamasa.
Okay.
It's addressed to Christina Taylor. Dear Ms. Taylor, we reviewed the packet for today's City Council public hearing for the Beaumont Summit Station project and noticed that the City of Calamasa's FEIR comment letter dated 10/3 of 22 attached here in this packet was not part of the agenda packet. As you are aware, Calamasa and Exeter have been working together to ensure Calamasa's FEIR comments are addressed and impacts are mitigated. However, to date, Calamasa's comments have not been fully addressed. With the hearing upon us, Calamasa wants to ensure that the entitlement and environmental documents appropriately address our concerns which require revisions to the FEIR. Calamasa would request that those revisions be made prior to the certification. Calamasa looks forward to continue working cooperatively with City of Beaumont and Exeter through the process.
Thank you.
This comment is from Rhonda Breeden. My husband and I do not support the Summit Station project. We are residents in nearby Cherry Valley and frequently use Cherry Valley Boulevard and I-10 freeway on and off ramps. City of Beaumont and City Council are not held in high regard for good choices and decisions in road and property planning. Once again, we do not support. We already have the Gateway project forced upon us, and now we want to be heard for the good quality of our community, not the ones out of their own profits.
Thank you.
This is from Adams, Broadwell, Joseph, and Cardoza. This firm represents the California's Allied for Responsible Economy, CARE California, with regard to the above referenced Beaumont Summit Station project. On June 6, 2022 and June 28, 2022, we submitted comments on behalf of CARE California to state objections and concerns regarding the draft environmental impact report prepared for the Project and Planning Commission respectively. We are pleased to report that as a result of direct discussions with the applicant has agreed to implement an extensive set of additional measures beyond the mitigation measures in the EIR to address the air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, public health, transportation, and water supply issues identified in the CARE California comments, and requests that the city incorporate these measures as conditions of approval of the project. The measures are set forth below. And there's quite an extensive list. I can read until the 3 minutes is up. Air quality, public health, and green gas emissions. Contractual language in the tenant's lease agreement shall require that all vehicles with the manufacturer's gross vehicle weight rating greater than 14,000 pounds registered in California entering or operated by or for them on Phase 1 of the project shall be model year 2014 or later, if feasible. Applicant shall require the tenant to include this requirement as part of their agreements with the third-party carriers. Tenant shall maintain records on site which shall be available for inspection by the city air district and state upon request. The applicant shall also encourage efficiency measures which would facilitate compliance with South Coast Air Quality Management District Rule 2305. At minimum, 10% of the Phase 1 tractor-trailer parking spaces shall be installed with EV-capable infrastructure, including the installation of raceway, defined as the enclosed conduit that forms the physical pathway for electrical wiring to protect it from damage and adequate panel capacity to accommodate future installation of a dedicated branch circuit and charging stations. Contractual language in the tenant lease agreement shall recommend that tenants adopt one or more of the below measures. Exclusively use zero-emission light and medium-duty delivery trucks and vans in tenant operation fleet. Exclusively use zero-emission heavy-duty trucks by 2030. Consistent with the FEIR, Project design features. Phase 1 tenants shall train their staff in charge of keeping vehicle records and diesel technologies in compliance with CARB regulations by attending CARB-approved courses. I have an email from Cynthia Gutierrez. I live in Beaumont, and I vote no for Summit Station. And the last comment I have is from Renee Vieira, resident of Beaumont for 2 years. I am not being paid by a union to be there, or do I live in another community? I live here and moved here with hopes of living a long life in a lovely place, then to turn around within months, seeing plans of breaking ground for massive warehouse, right across the field from where I purchased a home. I believe the Summit Station will prove to be a disaster and keep new families from coming and send the old ones packing. This is not the best for the community, and these developers don't have the best interest for our community. Please vote no to approve this project. Thank you for serving the community. Please do the right thing. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, so we've concluded public comment in person. We've concluded those that have sent in written correspondence, and we have attended to callers online. So at this point, I will ask for a quick break before we continue. Are we good with that? 10 minutes fine? 10? Oh, I got an OES from Mr. Santos. So, okay, so we'll have a 10-minute break and we'll be back shortly. You'll second that too from the side. Okay, we'll be resuming the meeting. Before we continue, I'll ask the clerk, do we have any callers that called in?
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
And did we have any of the final forms filled out? Okay, at this time, I'd like to close public hearing at 9:12. And we will allow the applicant for final words.
Okay. Thank you again. And thanks to the community for the commentary. I really do empathize with the community, and I empathize with the council. I think we have to frame this discussion in terms of where we are and how we got here. Sunny Cal predated this council. The Shop-Off project, this council had absolutely nothing to do with. And we find ourselves in the position where we really need to compare what are our two alternatives. It's the Sunny Cal project or Summit Station. Council created the plus policy to deal with the situation that we're in. It was designed to encourage responsible development. So again, to reiterate some of the stuff that my colleague Andrew said, from a public policy standpoint, from alignment with plus in terms of residential buffers from industrial, Summit Station is in compliance, Sunny Cal is not. Less traffic, Summit Station is in compliance, Sunny Cal is not. 2,800 new permanent jobs. There was a lot of talk about the construction jobs. There was less talk about the permanent jobs. This will create 2,800 jobs. The other thing I would point out about industrial is that it uses minimal city services and comes with high ratables and relatively high tax revenue. We talked about water. There was a lot of talk about air quality. I want to reiterate, and my technical team will talk a little bit more about it, but the air quality due to the traffic improvements is going to have less of an impact with the Summit Station project than Sunny Cal. So again, we have a choice. We can go forward with the Sunny Cal policy, the Sunny Cal approval. It has minimal community benefit, and it fails in many of these other areas that I described. The other thing I would point out is whether we decide to go forward with Summit Station or not, there's about 30 million square feet of warehouse projects coming behind us from other developers, and we're happy to be the test case. We're happy to be the standard bearer of how we can build warehouses in a responsible way in the city of Beaumont in compliance with the new plus policy. When I go back to, I want to go back to community benefit for a minute as well. We formulated what we thought was a program that would benefit the community. I've heard a lot of different things about what might benefit the community and what might not benefit the community. And I just want to point out that we're very open. If we want to revisit that and think about that, and take a little bit more time to think about that, we are open to changing that benefit contribution to tailor it to what the community wants. So I just wanted to make that point as well. We're not set in stone on the program that we've put forward. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to our technical team to answer your questions and explain some of the technicalities.
Okay, well, all right then. With that, before we continue, I just want to comment to the public and to all those that were here. It went very well, and I want to thank everyone for doing such a respectful type of a public comment, public hearing. It was it was more than I can imagine, and I appreciate it. This shows to the quality of the town and for everyone involved, and I really want to thank everyone for holding their decorum and doing such a professional job. So thank you. Thank for all of you in the overflow as well. Appreciate that. Okay, so at this time, we will go to questions to staff and/or applicant from council. So I'm going to open it up for questions first, and then after we get all our technical questions and stuff out of the way, then we can go to discussion. So would anybody like to start with questions to staff or applicant? Mike, go start?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Martinez. First, I'd like to say thank you to the developer for seeing the value that we as council and staff have tried to create in our city. We appreciate that. I believe that we've all received a significant number of emails that have been generated through a certain process. I believe it's 742 to be exact. Is that, that's the number that I heard? What these emails have in common is there are 9 points, benefits, if you will, that are indicated in that email that seem to get the most traction with our citizens, those who have responded and said that they support the Summit Station. So with that, I just want to make sure, and these questions are going to be just so I can make sure that I clearly understand exactly what the email is saying and exactly what the DA is referring to, as well as the traffic study and the EIR. So if you'll just bear with me, I have a few questions, and then Mayor Pro Tem, if you need to stop me because I'm asking too many, you just tap me on the shoulder. So the first one that multiple people have talked about throughout the night is the $78 million in traffic relief. And you see that, and I thought, wow, this is fantastic. Traffic relief will get money to correct some of the problems and the bottlenecks and the choke points that we have in the city. So what I want to make sure is that I understand the way that this money is distributed. Now, as I understand it, the way that I read the DA, and please correct me if I make a mistake or I'm misspeak. So $8 million is tied to Exhibit C in the DA. So when I look at Exhibit C, it outlines a number of transportation improvements. You can also see those referenced in the traffic study starting on page 47. So what I want to make sure that I understand is when I look at those traffic improvements that have been mentioned all evening long, there's, I think in the intro, there was a reference to 1/5 of the improvement. In other words, it sounds like the money that's set aside is a fair share contribution. So when I see, and I'll just take item number 1 on page 47, I-10 eastbound ramps at Cherry Valley Boulevard. It says install a traffic signal, that's obvious to me. Add a westbound left turn lane, add an eastbound right turn lane, add a southbound right turn lane. Does that mean we're going to increase capacity and this developer is responsible for building those? Or does it mean that a portion of that $8 million will go, their fair share will go to those improvements, and then once we have enough money, those improvements will be done?
So their contribution rate to this intersection is much higher than the intersections within the city limit. I think in this one, it is upwards of 40%. So depending on how Calamasa approaches this, they may in fact be required to construct these improvements as compared to ours, where some of our intersections that are a little bit further away are like 6% affected from the project is increasing capacity to that, or increasing traffic to that intersection in the range of like 6%, where a fair share is a more appropriate measure. These ones in particular, like I said, are a little bit higher contribution, and Calamasa may require them to construct these improvements.
Okay, but those improvements would be outside our land use authority, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so we don't have any control over how those are constructed, but they are identified here and there is money that will go towards them.
I'm unclear if that money that is in the DA agreement is specifically for these.
Okay.
The funding in the DA would not be part of the fair share. That's just the additional 50 million loan amount that would be made available to the city.
Okay. So the items that are referenced in the traffic study, there's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 15. The 15 improvements, some are within our land use authority, others are outside of our land use authority. So would there just be money, just let me back up. Those that are outside our land use authority, which we have no control over, there is money, if this project is approved, that would go towards funding those, but not building those. Right, okay. And so those are going to be different than the money that goes towards Exhibit C. Do I understand that correctly? Or am I, in the DA, I apologize.
No, it's one pot of, that 8 million, I believe that's what identified for Exhibit C, would be split amongst all of those based on what the share contribution would be.
Okay, so, because when I look at some of these on-ramps and off-ramps and you drive them, there's no room for improvements outside of building another lane on some of those. I believe the one at Oak Valley Parkway is wide enough to possibly do 2 lanes. But again, it's partial funding. It doesn't indicate that it will fund the entire improvement and be constructed and built prior to the building going operational, phase 1. So we'll get the impacts of the traffic without the improvements necessary to keep the traffic moving. Okay. Just want to make sure I understood that. So we have, next is there's 15 million, that's a fair share, which is in addition to the 8 million, correct? For 23 million total?
I'm looking for the slides.
I think it's 14.8 million or something. I don't remember the exact number.
Are we allowed to?
Yeah.
Sure.
Right, yeah, they've got the slide.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, you may approach if.
Can I pull that slide up?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so to answer your first point about the 1/5 fair share contribution, both that and the additional 50 million contribution per the development agreement require those funds to be provided to the city prior to the issuance of any permit, meaning that the city has the ability to start those projects as soon as the city is willing to do so with the funding that's been provided. And on top of the $14.5 million fair share contribution, that $50 million contribution is split into an $8 million portion slated for the 13 intersections that we impact, and the additional $42 million toward priority projects at the council's discretion, like the I-10 freeway. But those improvements, a part of the reason why the city is often the leader or the lead agency on the improvement of one of the intersections that might involve a lane widening, is because there's right-of-way acquisition that needs to be led by the city in order to do so. So the money is there, and that is the primary reason why citizens might not experience the benefit of traffic improvements prior to the project coming online, is funding. I'm sure some city staff can speak to the funding in place to accomplish those improvements. Our contribution is to close the gap, which we understand to be all of the $8 million on top of our fair share to exist today.
So, and I come up with 55 million in order to get to the 78 million. The 8, 15, and then 55, or am I missing something?
There's the, next slide. Okay, so there's the 14 million, let me go back to that. There's the 14.5 in fair share. There's the 50 million in the additional contributions. There's also an additional 6 million, as you can see in the top right of this chart. Those are development impact fees to direct traffic improvements that are required of the project in your published impact fee rates. And then there are additionally, this is where the math starts to get a little blurry because there are direct improvements, frontage improvements that we're making as a part of the project, which far exceed the $70 million number that you've heard.
Right, but the frontage project or the frontage improvements are required of any development that anybody does.
Correct.
You have to improve your street, so I don't really consider that part of the 78 million.
Agreed.
But so I've got 8 million on the Exhibit C, and I'm just trying to make sure my numbers are square in my head, so forgive me. 8 million on Exhibit C. You have the 14.5 million fair share. You have the 50 million that you're saying is given to the city. Is it reimbursable?
Only through the contributions of future developers.
Okay, so it's not, it's a loan. If it's being paid back, it's a loan.
Right, there would
Okay.
be, in the development agreement, it speaks to a reimbursement agreement.
So the 78 million actually whittles down to about 28 million, not 78, if I'm correct in my math.
I'm not sure how you're arriving at
So-
the number, but yeah.
The money that is, I look at the traffic relief as money that's given to the city. So I see the 8 million, I see the 14.5 million, and then you also referenced additional 6 million to complete. So that's 28 million. And then you offer the 50 million as a loan to the city through a DA agreement.
Correct.
Okay. So giving the money that you're actually, the money that the city actually receives without needing to be reimbursed for is 28 million.
But the city, I would just like to clarify that the city and the taxpayers in the city won't be the ones coming up with the reimbursement. And I think it would be unfair to discount the upfront $50 million in funding as if that doesn't count toward our contribution to the community. It also speaks to no time period through which that contribution needs to be repaid. And Exeter is fully willing and understanding of the fact that that could be a very long time before those types of developers come in to make these contributions.
Understood. But again,
Yeah.
it's a responsibility to make sure that that gets reimbursed. I'm just with other developers. Okay,
Understood.
Understood. So the next item on the email is it builds $10 million community park and sports complex. One of the items that was brought up in the Planning Commission meeting was the concern, I think it was Commissioner Black, if I'm not mistaken, was a concern that $10 million may not be enough to fund a sports complex. Have you gotten any estimates on what it would cost to fund a sports complex?
We have.
And what are we looking at, or what are you looking at?
Well,
Or
I think I
what
have to, sure.
What are the estimate that you received?
So we have to start by stating that it is fully the city and the park district's discretion to determine the program of that project. But we have put preliminary renderings that I believe the council have seen for improving somewhere between 20 and 40 acres of the property. Much of it happens to be in the mountains and can't be flattened for ball fields without a lot of dynamite. So we would be making a contribution. My colleague here, Scott, is familiar with these type of facilities, and a good rule of thumb that we verified with Oltman's Construction, I think the union members mentioned, is about $500,000 per improved acre. So at a 20-acre improvement, which includes, we're talking a lot of ball fields, a lot of playgrounds, and a lot of parking. A $10 million contribution could give you that 20-acre improvement. But should the city and the park district decide to make something greater, 40 acres, 50 acres, our contribution still gets you a minimum of 50% of the way, which we believe is appropriate given the impact on the community.
And the reason, and I'm not trying to split hairs, the reason this is important is because when my constituents here, we're getting $10 million for a sports complex, their next thing is when is that complex going to be completed? And if we don't have enough to finish that complex, then I don't know what to tell my constituents. So that's a key term for me as far as making sure we complete it. The other, and I may keep going back to this, but that park is in the county of Riverside. I think the city has 18 parks, and how much, I didn't see anything in the DA that referenced city parks.
No, there's not.
And the reason I have a concern about 10 million completing a sports complex is because I've got an estimated $8 million just to refurbish an existing park that we have in the middle of town. And that has infrastructure, it's already graded, and so there's a concern there that maybe the 10 million isn't gonna hit the mark as far as finishing a sports park or a sports complex that the kids can use. And so the concern that I have is that the city of Beaumont, who will be receiving the bulk of the impact, is not getting anything for their sports parks. So that's a concern that I have as a council member.
But would you mind if I spoke to that?
Sure.
Well, the city of Beaumont has entered into an MOU with the Beaumont Cherry Valley Park District to contribute those funds. So while I can understand you saying it's not in the city of Beaumont, obviously the city and the Park District have agreed that that is in their benefit.
The one thing I would reiterate is, again, this is kind of what I mentioned in my closing statement, that if you want to revisit what the community benefit looks like, that's something that we're open to. I understand the concern, and if you want to revisit it, that's something, as I said, we're open to. We can take a little bit of time and circle back on it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Shall I go on?
Yeah, keep going.
All right. And I agree and appreciate the fact that this project preserves 30 acres of natural open space. You can see that at the back, and it's a nice buffer between Brookside and the complex, so I appreciate that. The next item is that it creates 2,800 permanent jobs from industrial, retail, and businesses. And so 2,800 to me just seemed like a very high number. I'm sure you guys have done the reports. I kind of put together, or staff put together for me, we've got 5 warehouses that currently are operating in the city of Beaumont. And they gave me the information on those warehouses, and what I did on those 5 warehouses, I took out the high one, and I dropped the low one, and came up with an average per warehouse. Right now, in actual real numbers for at least the study that I did, it was an ad lib study, but it was about 350 new jobs per warehouse. I think 2,800 is optimistic, but you also include the retail, which I appreciate, and you also include the hotel, which I also appreciate, and I believe the office space, which I think is a good asset as well. So my numbers are a little off. Obviously, it's my own study, but I did want to just put that out there. The other item that was mentioned is the jobs that it provides for our residents, which I agree. A warehouse at that location would provide some jobs. WRCOG did a study, they're the Western Regional Council of Governments, did a study in 2019, because this was a reoccurring theme back then where mayors and council members were stating that, these warehouses that were coming into their cities they were going to have a bulk of their citizens employed there. So they did a study, several cities throughout the county of Riverside, and what they found is that in the city of Beaumont, only 7% of the folks live and work in the same city. So I don't see that the 2,800 jobs are going to be more city occupied. I think they're going to be more of a regional draw, which sends me back to the concerns that I have in regards to the off-ramps and on-ramps and choke points that we currently have with the traffic that this project may bring. And then looking on to the next item, it talks about adds $2 million to the annual revenue. So, which seems high. I mean, that seems like Amazon high. And right now, I don't know, we talked a little bit about which businesses would be potentially coming to the warehouses. And we'll touch on that when we get down to the shopping and the restaurant. But, so I did the same study, same 5 businesses, took out the high and the low, and we're looking at about $121,459 annually from some of these businesses that are currently operating warehouses. Again, I understand that the occupant is going to have a huge impact on the money, whether it be lower or higher, because there are some warehouses, when you talk about e-commerce, e-commerce, when I first started looking at this project, my first thought is Amazon, right? It's a point of sale, point of distribution. Well, e-commerce, as you look into your study and your presentation, could be high cube, right? Can be just a warehouse where they just store stuff. Can be manufacturing, could be industrial. There's a number of uses that are going to be available for that. So although I think your revenue projections are a little on the high side, I also understand that it's going to depend a lot on who we get in there and who you do business with.
Could I speak to the Amazon point? I just want to clarify that our EIR uses a state regulation, a countrywide regulation called ITE designations, which limits the number of truck trips for each user. And ours is called the high cube warehouse impact. It's toward the higher end of the impacts, but it's far less than the impacts generated by a fulfillment center or point of sale center. So while I can understand it's a scary prospect, it's not allowed within our EIR confines.
So you could not have a fulfillment center in there?
Not without significant modification to the plot plans, which would once again require both Planning Commission and Council's review and approval.
Is that, yeah, okay. All right, well, thank you for that point. I appreciate that.
Can I ask a question on that? So, my limited experience on the council, I view warehouses as two types. The point of sale and I'll call it a box sorting facility. Are you saying that it would be more on the lines of a box sorting facility or a manufacturing facility versus a point of sale based on how it's designed?
I'm going to call up our leasing professional for that.
Good evening, Councilmember Fenn. My name is Christina Virgilio. I am a partner at EQT Exeter. I run our Southern California industrial platform, and I've leased over 30 million square feet for Exeter over my 10 years that I've been working there, especially in the state of California. So I'm the one that's talking directly to our tenants. I'm talking about to them, and I'm working with them to build out the space so I understand how many employees they have, how many shifts they have, when their shifts start, when their shifts end, how they pay, and also, most importantly, how they're using the space, right? So we have a great slide with some of the potential industrial users. And these are, I think it's a good point to point out that these are all users currently in our portfolio. So I've done deals with 80% of the tenants that are up on the screen right now. So in terms of potential users for this project, yes, e-commerce is one. Industrial warehousing and distribution is another, sure. But then we're also seeing research and development, and we're seeing showroom, and we're seeing some light industrial and manufacturing. The way warehouses are being used today is far more technologically advanced than they ever have been. We own warehouses, for example, that have drop ceiling lab for tenants in the pharmaceutical industry, tenants like Stryker, Medline, Cardinal Health that are doing quality control testing of medications and other equipment that's used in hospitals. And putting together PPE, right? We have warehouses that are leased to tenants like Living Spaces that actually have a retail showroom inside of their warehouse. We have warehouses leased to Urban Outfitters who also have retail showrooms inside of their warehouses. So, and I would say another thing that's trending is the percentage of office that we're building out in warehouses. Typically, you're used to seeing office buildings separated from warehouses. What's happening is there's a trend to actually put the office space inside the warehouse because it's cheaper per square foot. And because our tenants are seeing there's so much more like internet connectivity and connectivity business to business and getting their goods out of the warehouse to their customers, they realize that it's actually more efficient to co-locate their admin staff within the warehouse. So sometimes we're building out 20,000 square feet of office space actually inside the building. So there are office jobs inside of the warehouse. So I would say that there are a wide variety of users, and you'll see a lot of these are household names. That's one of the benefits of big buildings. When you have a 900,000 square foot or million square foot building, the rent on those buildings it's tens of millions of dollars a year. It would be $10, $12 million plus to lease one of the buildings in our project. So by nature, we're leasing to Fortune 500 tenants. So those Fortune 500 companies, they make long commitments. They invest a lot of capital in their buildings, material handling equipments. I think most importantly, a lot of those Fortune 500 companies have made environmental and sustainable promises that they've come out publicly and said, we're going to be all electric or we're going to be carbon neutral. We're talking to our tenants every day about how do we monitor your energy utility, right? So these are the sort of tenants that the buildings are designed for, and that the size of the buildings just by nature calls for. So I don't want you to think that we're putting up a bunch of household names because it's easy, low-hanging fruit. Truly, these are the sort of tenants that need million-square-foot warehouses and can afford them. And because we are building them all over the country, we have about $1 billion development pipeline. I live here in Southern California, by the way. I live about 50 minutes west in San Gabriel Valley. Because we are building these all over. These buildings are designed for these tenants. These buildings are the Fortune 500 prototypes that we have on file. So our specific designs that we put in our plot plans that we're hoping you'll approve tonight are designed so that one of these tenants can call and say, that's exactly what I need. I've actually gotten 4 such calls from major Fortune 500, 120 tenants, hoping and praying that this project gets approved because they can't wait to move some of them from other locations like Moreno Valley and Riverside here to Beaumont.
So if that's okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I
All
just
right.
wanted
Yeah, no, that's fine.
go off of that question.
So the next point on one of the email was fixes the general plan so that industrial is near industrial. So I think a little bit of history, and maybe you may be aware or not aware, but the general plan was developed with the input of our community stakeholders. We developed small groups with citizens, staff, general public, and council members. We worked quite laboriously on this and was very proud of the end product. So you indicate that it's broken, and I just wondered why that is. Why is that?
I'd have to, I think, acknowledge that since the approval of the general plan and certainly long after it began being developed and all that community feedback was solicited, the Shop-Off project, unfortunately, to the contradiction of what residents here have asked for, did happen across the street. And so we acknowledge that changes to the general plan should only be made very rarely and only in situations where the environment has significantly changed around the project and where they represent significant and overriding benefit to the community. I think that the Shop-Off project across the street is a contributor to the traffic issues that the community sees.
I agree.
And the general plan, calling it broken, that's a bit of a vague term, but certainly traffic is broken. And the Shop-Off project contributes to that. The Sunny Cal project contributes all of $200,000, which would buy you maybe trash cans at every one of your 13 intersections. I think you have to acknowledge that the opportunity, as we've said at Good Public Policy, to respond to the changing environment around this site, which is a peninsula of the general plan on the northeastern boundary, sure. And recognize some of the broken elements of the surrounding environment.
Okay, thank you. Talks about saving Beaumont 112 million gallons of water per year, and I agree that's a significant savings. But when I check with Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District, a track home uses 179 gallons per year, and when you multiply that out based on 497 units, it ends up being 98 million gallons of water saved instead of 112.
So we use, unfortunately, she's not here tonight, but
I can just,
yeah, go ahead.
I can talk about, just really quick, sorry, Jennifer Harry, Kinley Horn, I helped manage the environmental document. So I can at least talk to what Sunny Cal analyzed in their EIR for what their water use would be, and how that compares to the water use that was assumed. So just taking the numbers that Sunny Cal analyzed and said that they would use in their EIR, they had a right to almost 1,100 acre feet per year. And their estimated demand, again, just per their EIR, was 531 acre feet per year. The Beaumont Summit Station's annual demand is 183 acre feet per year, so about 80% less water per year.
Okay.
Does that help?
And I'm not sure how that works if the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District says it's going to use this much, but that's fine.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Oh, yeah, add to it. Scott's the engineer, so he's probably the better person.
Thank you, Council. Scott Hildebrandt with Albert A. Webb Associates. Yes, we worked with Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District on the WSA. So this property is in an adjudicated water system. The property has the rights to a little over 1,100 acre feet per year of water. The use per the SunnyCal plan, and we can go back and dig into the various pages, but it had roughly a water demand of 472 acre feet per year, and I'll do the conversion for you here. And with the Beaumont Summit Station project, because Warehouse uses significantly less water, the anticipated use was 183 acre feet per year. Part of that, and I believe one of the speakers spoke, is if there is actually recycled water brought in and hooked up, the infrastructure is there. This project proposes infrastructure as well. If it's ever hooked up, then the actual demand for potable water drops down to about 115 acre feet per year. Okay. So it's about only about 10% of what their actual allowable use is. So when you go back and you now look at the difference between what SunnyCal was approved for back when its WSA was, and then you look at what Beaumont Summit Station is approved for at where it was approved just recently. So again, times have changed, usage has changed.
Right.
So just if you look at it on Beaumont Summit Station's water usage versus what SunnyCal's water usage was at the time it was approved, it's a little over 100 million gallons per year saved. The other thing that what is not readily said is there's that 1,100 acre feet per year of water, which is now those water rights go to Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District. So they actually have the rights to that additional incremental increase, or the incremental difference, I should say. That adds up to about another 300 million gallons of water per year. So actually Beaumont Cherry Valley is getting the benefit of that as well.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
I'm going to ask something quickly on that. Did you mention, do you have the will serve for SunnyCal?
We were using the old water supply assessment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
It talks about bring shopping and restaurant amenities east of the I-10, which I can appreciate, as I've indicated. The thing, though, that I heard a Target. And when I look at the 25,000 square foot of retail, and I understand that a Target is about 130,000 square foot, I'm not sure how, I can't make that connection or that leap. How do I do that?
So great question. So in the original specific plan, we showed just one concept for the commercial area. What we're bringing forward right now is not the plot plan for the commercial area. So it's just conceptual planned right now. We're going to have to work with the city on what gets developed specifically in that commercial area. The specific plan that you should have in your packet at the very back has an appendix that has 3 alternative options to help you visualize what 140,000 or 130,000 square foot Target would look like on that site, and then the additional amenities, restaurants or whatever that would still fit on that site. So if you look in that appendix, and I apologize, do we have it in here? Oh, perfect. There we go.
You're not up on the screen.
Yeah, so if this can go up, I can walk you through this. Maybe. There we go. It looks really nice. Okay. So these are the three options that we put in the appendix of the specific plan. Again, this was kind of at the request of Planning Commission and the city staff, actually, to say what can we fit here if we're looking at the options that you, or what you studied in the EIR that would have similar emissions and similar traffic generation. And so all three of these layouts here would be viable based on what we studied in the EIR. So you can see sort of that bigger one that's on the screen that shows about 125,000 square foot retail store, like a Target, for instance. And then you can see there's still remaining areas for restaurant that would still fit on the site as well.
Okay. Does it say what the restaurant square footage would be?
It is, the total would be 19,000, so just depending on how that gets broken up, based on, again, what the city would like to see there. What we have shown is like a fine dining restaurant and then some other smaller type restaurant facilities.
Okay, because so it just, to me, when I see that, it looks like, okay, well, we'll have a Target and one restaurant. It's the available square footage that we have.
Yeah.
So it makes it kind of difficult to show, like
see if
the elevations that were presented showed, like a walkable down, like a little small outdoor mall, so to speak.
Yeah, let me walk you through. So I don't know if you can see my cursor. Can you see that?
I can see the cursor.
Okay,
yes,
so right there is that fine dining that I was talking about. And then you can see each one of these are the smaller, like sort of food and beverage. Those total 15,000. And then you can see these two little smaller ones here totaling 1,500. There's tables and seating here, a little pedestrian area here, and then additional, I think that's 4,000 of food and beverage along here. Okay. And again, these aren't set in stone. I guess I just want to reiterate that these can be modified based on discussions with planning staff in the city for what we want those to look like.
Sure, just trying to get an idea of what the potential is. But it still looks like there's a potential for fast food restaurants, not a sit-down dining restaurant, but.
Well, and we could change that out so that, instead of just one fine dining, we have more than one fine dining there or sit-down type restaurants and less of the fast food.
Okay, thank you. So one more? All right. So I understand it, and I looked at based on the traffic study of the SunnyCal project, that the 1,640 trips will be eliminated, right? Which I think is good. But if I understand the traffic study correctly, there's a total on the SunnyCal project of 4,686 car trips per day that were identified off the SunnyCal property. So 35% of those were supposed to go down Brookside, which is the 1,640 car trips. The remaining with 65%, which is 3,046 cars, would go down Cherry Valley Boulevard, right? So if I go back to the Summit Station traffic study on page 56, phase one will generate 4,667 car trips, which is more than what the SunnyCal Ranch would produce.
So the SunnyCal daily trips was 5,332 total.
Right?
What did you have?
The information I got was 4,686.
That was.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Pranesh. Yeah, Pranesh. I'll let the traffic engineer answer.
The SunnyCal number that you have is from just the 497 residential units, that the SunnyCal also had park, neighborhood park, so that added up to 5,332. So the 60.
That's in the study?
Yes.
That's in the study, yes.
Okay. So it's 5,000?
Internal trips as well as.
External to that park that was on.
Yeah, about 600 daily trips from the park.
Yeah, 600.
Okay, so 4686 external.
Correct.
Okay, okay. So, again, it looks like phase one would generate 4,667 external trips. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, a few less than SunnyCal. And the other thing that really caught my eye and gave me concern, and I don't know if you can speak to this, is once phase one and two are complete, you're going to add 13,152 car trips external down Cherry Valley Boulevard, in addition to the project across the street. Is that correct?
Yeah, the retail has higher trip generation per square footage. So even though the retail square footage is lower, the trips are higher, but the retail users generally serve, the vehicles that are on the, on the street where they have a lot of pass-by trips.
Right.
So, but you're right, the retail per square footage has higher trip generation than industry.
So, and that kind of just ties me back to the on-ramp and off-ramp improvements that may or may not get completed or built with the fair share. The on-ramp and off-ramp improvements that are outside of our land use authority that we have no control over. And so we already have, what I have a concern of is failing infrastructure in that location already. And then we want to put 13,152 additional car trips in that location. And then when you go back on the traffic study, and I think phase one is anticipated to be complete in 2024. So I went through and looked at the traffic study on page 57, and on item number one, you have the I-10 eastbound ramps at Cherry Valley Boulevard as level of service is F at this point. The westbound ramps at Cherry Valley Boulevard is level F. Calamasa Boulevard at Cherry Valley Boulevard is level F. So there's a list of 16 intersections in that location that are at level F. And if we don't get the improvements done, we get the impacts, and I don't know, can you go below level F?
I'm sure it would be there. Yeah.
So to just close the loop on this. The email talked about improved traffic, 78 million, but the facts actually show that traffic would be worse. And that's where we get hung on the line for that.
Sure.
That's a concern. So the email didn't seem to be very transparent, and at least in my opinion, I'm just one guy, which is why I kind of wanted to walk through and make sure that what I understood to be the case is it was actually heard and everybody could understand, because when I'm questioned in public, I'm going to have to provide a response based on my decision, whichever way it goes. So that's kind of why, and I appreciate your patience, and I appreciate you straightening me out on the water usage. But at this time, that's all the questions I have.
Would you mind if I spoke to the speed at which the improvements could or would be delivered?
Sure.
I think if it was our ability, and certainly is the charge that I'm given as a project manager, we would personally build those improvements as fast as humanly possible. I think anyone, whether it be staff that understand the way that these projects come together, the long pole in the tent being funding is the one thing, especially when you talk about the interchange, that we do control. And it is the one thing that is going to take that project from a completion on schedule or a completion two-way schedule to a TBD completion 5 to 10 years out. So while I can understand the fear that there's not an immediate relief to those improvements, we're providing the one lever that we have and the one biggest challenge that interchange has in the form of that additional $50 million contribution. And then on top of that, I would say that it is this city's charge to take the $8 million that's slated and the fair share contributions within their jurisdiction to put those funds to use, once again, before we're given a permit. So some people have said that these projects take a year to build. They take a lot longer than that. We're talking about moving a lot of dirt. That's a lot of time that the city will be afforded with full funding in place to conduct those improvements. And where they have the control, I would hope that this council will be urging staff to do it in a very expedient manner.
Right. And I appreciate and respect that completely. The concern that I have is the 50 million that you're referencing to go towards that interchange, which is sorely needed, is outside the control of the city of Beaumont.
The speed at which it's delivered, certainly.
The speed, whether or not the city that's handling that development or that improvement and the Caltrans finds somebody to take the loan, they want to take responsibility for the loan. We have no control over that. Just
understood.
Make sure that we're clear, or that I'm clear.
Sure.
Okay. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember Finn?
Yes, thank you, Mike. I always appreciate you going first. You have some detailed questions that usually cover some of our stuff, so thank you. I'm going to shift gears a little bit and talk about housing. This is for staff, and maybe with Christina can answer this. So if this project were approved, please explain how RENA is affected and what needs to be done with the state in reference to making up for those 497 homes that are not accounted for.
Sure. So the 497 houses that we anticipate would be built in that area would be in the above moderate category. Fortunately for the city of Beaumont, we tend to excel in that realm, and almost everything that we have that's currently under construction or has been previously constructed is in that above moderate category. Where we really need the housing is in the moderate and below. The city adopted back in, I believe it was 2020, 2021, the SB 330 no net loss program. So essentially what would happen is if this project were approved, those 497 units would go into the no net loss bank that the city established through that SB 330 program. And then it would be available for other developers building houses elsewhere in the city to pull from, whether it's through extra density for regular market rate, which is it's on a tiered scale. So if you go back and look at the program, depending on what level of housing you're building is going to determine how that density program works for you. So essentially, the lower level from an income standpoint, the greater the density allowance is provided for in that program. There's nothing that we'd really have to do with the state. We would just make those homes available in the bank, and then they could be applied throughout the city, whether they're in other residential sites or whether they're in other housing element identified housing sites.
So someone with some vacant land that's zoned for housing could then say, hey, my lot's big enough for these homes. It would help them with the approval process and so forth, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Question for the developer. Is there a plan B if this project was not approved by the council? Would you go back, rethink things? Would you keep it housing? Would you come back maybe with a larger retail element with maybe a little higher density housing? Would it be something different? Like in the planning, I remember in the planning meeting, Dr. Blair Ball proposed maybe equestrian estates that would fit kind of the Cherry Valley mold that's out there already. Just was wondering if there's any plan B that's been thought of.
I think the plan B is what's approved today. So it would be Sunny Cal.
Okay, so you go back to the original.
You go back to the original plan, and that approval, it's valuable. Having that approval today is valuable. So that's what the project would be.
Okay, thank you. And then I've got one more question back to water. The gentleman from Webb and Associates. So I know a little bit about the water rights and so forth, and you said that the unused water goes back to Cherry Valley Water District. Does that become permanent water rights back to them? So for example, I know so they've got 1,100 acre feet per year. If it's housing, they'll use about half of it. If it's this proposed project, it's 1/10 of that. And so whatever is not used, does that extra water then go back to all of the purveyors in the basin, and then that's shared amongst them, and then they're able to use those water or that water rights? Or does the owner of the property have the ability to monetize that water and then sell it to Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District?
Well, that would be great, but that's not the way it works.
Okay, so I don't know, and that's why I'm asking.
No, that's fine. So as part of the agreement with Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District to supply water to the project had to give the unused water rights to the water district.
Okay.
So they would no longer have control.
So if the project then was, I'm just round numbers, if it was going to use 100 acre feet, so then they give up the 100 acre feet, what about the other 1,000 acre feet? What happens with that?
Those rights go to Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District.
And then they can use that to serve their customers within their service area then?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's questions I have for now.
Yeah, quick one in here. Let me go back to Christina. Christina, on the Reno thing on here, you're saying the 497 or our allocation right now is 4,200. Are we on that on that level already? On that level, 4,200.
Our requirement for this sixth cycle
Yeah.
is roughly 4,200, somewhere in that
correct.
in that neighborhood. So, will we build all 4,200? Probably not. We will make significant progress, and we've been able to capture and show that we can provide for above and beyond what's required of us.
So you're saying right now, because I heard you, that it seems like we will exceed the 4,200 on the cycle 6 on this.
Yeah, we've
I'd
been
just like to clarify that. I mean,
Yeah, we've been able to show that we can account for all what's required and then some. So we have designated and allocated and can accommodate what our requirement is.
okay, because the way we put it, the general plan, and especially on the south side of the on Beaumont, we will accomplish that on the future within 2029 on that. Is that correct? I mean, that's why we approved the general plan. We work hard on that to approve it because of the on the south side of Beaumont, there'll be a multi family design and everything in there. Is that still on your mind or on your plan?
So we
Okay.
did in the housing element update, which has been submitted to the state for certification. We did make some changes into what was previously designated for housing element sites. But we do have sites dispersed throughout town. So there are some areas on the south end of town that will accommodate housing in slightly higher densities, like in the traditional neighborhood zone.
Yeah.
In the core of town, we have a wide variety of opportunities for all types of densities, ranging from single family
Yes.
all the way up to upwards of 30+ units per acre. So we've provided a huge variety or huge opportunity for variety there. And then as you move up into the northern part of town is where we see more of the traditional single family. And we have some vacant sites that are designated for single family. And then we have, a lot of that part of our town is also built out already.
Very good, because we're talking about 497. There's still a lot of good units in there.
Yes.
Okay. Now on the developers in here, I'm more on the infrastructures, and that'll be nice. I like to see the Brookside Bridge to develop on that, because I know you said that you're going to close the Brookside development in there, and that'll be nice to see on our side to have an off and on ramp on that bridge that will service the Brookside road in there. What I'm saying is it's especially the on ramp, off ramp going west on this, and then on ramp going east on this. And probably you cannot imagine it right now, but I think that's the infrastructures that I'm looking for on that development on that side. I don't know if you still figure out that
So
what I'm talking about on that side.
While we certainly haven't studied the feasibility of a ramp like what you're describing, I think
Yeah.
the important thing to mention is that in the DA mechanism, 42 million of the $50 million contribution
I
is
see
at the council's discretion to allocate toward priority projects. I mentioned the I-10 interchange being one of them.
Okay.
But the council does have the option to use that for other priorities.
Okay, on the financial side, you touched it, the 50 million, on that side, my citizens in here will be really, we have to decide how we're going to pay that off in the future. Because, there'll be a big chunk of, cash that we have to come out on that. But you're right. I mean, it's nice, straightforward and transparency on that. You got the contribution of 8 million. I really appreciate that. But the thing is, not the killer is the 50 million in the future, probably within 7 years or 10 years from now. Go ahead.
We can look at it. I mean, as Andrew said, something we haven't looked at, but if that's something that is important to the community, we'll take a look at it. So we're open to it.
Very good. Thank you.
And just to clarify, the community doesn't pay any of that 50 million back. It's only other developers like an Exeter that have impacts to those direct intersections and interchanges. I think what we're asking for, the concept of the development agreement reimbursement, is that should you collect fees and funds from developers toward those exact same improvements which we've pre-funded, that you would make those available to Exeter in the form of reimbursement. But your taxpayers don't incur a penny of that.
Okay, that's a good clarification on that. Thank you.
Okay, do you want to follow up question?
Yeah, I got a follow-up question to that. This is for staff, and I guess they're just general understanding of fair share and so forth. So I've been in Beaumont since 2003. I was a new home sales agent in the Fairway Canyon neighborhood. That new home assignment brought me to Beaumont. I saw that we built many homes in Fairway Canyon, and at the time, Cherry Valley Boulevard Exchange, could handle it. Then along comes Calamasa and develops in there, and it just blew it out of the water. I assume that the Calamasa projects, and even back to the Beaumont projects, if they've paid their fair share already, it doesn't seem to have been enough to fix the Cherry Valley Boulevard, off ramps and on ramps. The question being then, with this additional funding from this project, and if more is needed, do we need another warehouse complex to help then finalize it and raise enough money to pay for that? And so going back to the first question, have those funds been collected through Beaumont? Have those funds been collected through Calamasa? And are there additional funds sitting in a bank account somewhere to help match the funds that are coming from this developer? Is that a question that can be answered?
Yeah, that is a difficult question, particularly for the intersections in Calamasa. I don't think the city has the availability at the staff level anyway to obtain if fees have been paid that they're holding on to. In terms of other fair share intersections within the city, there certainly has had several projects that have contributed to a fair share intersection that are residing in our accounts. I don't have those totals for you.
So then have the funds that have been collected from the Fairway Canyon development, have those been applied to where they need to be? I would assume so, since it's been, for Fairway Canyon 1's been completed for years, and so forth.
Right, so either those funds would have been applied to a project that needed to be constructed, or it's sitting somewhere waiting for the rest of the funds to be collected to build the project.
Okay.
And so the reason a lot of times we see things that aren't built or cost escalate is because when you look at Fairway Canyon, that's something that was approved greater than 20 years ago.
Okay.
And so obviously things change and.
The concern that I see that Mr. Lara brings up is the project, whether it's housing or this proposed project, adds to the problem at Cherry Valley Boulevard. If we were to say to the developer, let's use the funds that you're going to propose and we'll use it elsewhere, we could help alleviate maybe Oak Valley Parkway, for example, or help fix that. But it doesn't fix the problem in Cherry Valley Boulevard. And then what other future development is needed? And then it's a forever unfinished project is part of the concern that I have. So throwing it out kind of as a comment, kind of as a question, but.
In the conditions, we do have a condition in there that says that they have to meet the requirements of Calamasa and other agencies that they're affected. So that there is opportunity for Calamasa to weigh in. I believe that they have provided conditions.
So they still
for this
paid their
project.
fair share, and then if Calamasa has jurisdiction to finish that, then those funds get diverted and sent to Calamasa to help finish it. But if Calamasa doesn't have enough money to finish the project, then hence the problem, correct? Okay.
Right, and I'm sure that's gonna come back up when we do our discussion up
All right.
here as well, so. Okay, and I thank you all here for answering a lot of my questions. I was checking off the list as we go, but I do have a few left. First for staff, so remind me again, I was looking at one of the slides and it went by kind of quickly. So the planning commission had requested something of the applicant to go back and then come back and present, is that correct? Or was it a part of their questioning? Can you just clarify that again, because I missed it on the slide?
So there was concerns about a very tall wall that would be present. So one of the chairman of the planning commission had requested that the applicant provide elevations and relief on how they would break up that wall so it wasn't, a very large wall that was visible to the public.
Is that where the step came from?
Yeah.
On the-
So there is a condition on all the projects. We worked with the applicant, and so walls in a certain height, they have to be tiered back, and then they have a landscaping in the retaining area. There's minimum requirements for so many trees, so many, 20 to 40 feet off center. So there's a lot of landscaping requirements there. And the applicant did prepare elevations. The Planning Commission hasn't seen those. They did that in preparation for City Council. So I don't know if they have that available, if you'd like to see that.
Mr. Lardy, you have a comment on that?
A question on that stepped wall. So that's the front, would it be the northwest corner of the building?
Is that the southwest? The southwest?
Southwest?
It's the southwest.
Southwest corner of the building, right there facing or just off Cherry Valley Boulevard. And the reason I'm asking for clarification on that location is it looks like there's a small cul-de-sac that cuts in there. And I'm just wondering if there's a plan view of that step wall, because I don't know if there's enough room
Do you
to.
have the slide up?
Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yep,
Am I-
I do have the slide up.
So, because it looks like you're using, the building is very close to it's maybe 20 or 30 feet from the property line.
So the first buffer you actually see, I know it's small on the plan, but there's actually retention basins set up on top of the wall, surface retention basin set. The wall does come close to the building on that corner, but it continues to kind of eke out into the ravine area, with that cul-de-sac being set back at least 100, 200 feet from the wall itself.
So the cul-de-sac is outside that area?
Correct. The wall, I think you could say it's roughly at where you see the black line on the site plan.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Put up slide 15, because I think that's what I'm addressing, that one.
Sure.
So that's kind of what I was asking there. So that one was number 2, so can you respond to 1 and 3? Or the applicant can, either one. Just how it was addressed to council one more time. How
Well,
that was, or commissions.
At Planning Commission, we did not bring the development agreement forward. It was still in negotiations. So that is how the applicant is.
That was,
Right. They were concerned that there was nothing in writing or nothing that would compel the applicant to provide that funding for the park or the traffic improvements. So that's why the applicant has proposed a development agreement that kind of solidifies that.
all right. And then, so the project here, Southern Station, outlines that there's no truck traffic on Brookside. How can we guarantee the public that that's not going to happen? So, I mean, so it's written up and, you know, I mean, we can do truck routes and so forth. So that's what I'm trying to, because I had a lot of public saying, oh yeah, sure, they're gonna find a way over there and stuff. And I want to tell them, no, that's not gonna happen, but I don't know.
The plot plan design does not allow for access on Brookside. And if the project's approved, those plot plans would be approved with the project tonight. So if there were to be changes, those changes would have to come back through the plot plan approval process, which would ultimately fall again here to city council.
Now, there are small streets though, that it doesn't necessarily have to, going up, it wouldn't make sense for them to use Brookside and come.
There's no access from Brookside. From Brookside except for emergency fire access. As one of the members of the community brought up, there is a blue line stream, so there's some issues with trying to provide access to Brookside. So it's not proposed on any of the projects.
But it's not the access I'm worried about, it's the path of least resistance. So once they find a way around, that they say it's easier to go up here this way and come back down than go all the way through, that's what I'm worried about. You know. Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I would say one of the things that we can speak to, left camera, right camera, a great amount of expertise, not just the 30 million square feet that's left laptop, right leg. Christina's placed here personally in Beaumont, but also that would be truckers don't exercise the behavior of taking a 5 to 6 mile detour that would be represented by going around the project, traversing whether it be Oak Valley Parkway or Brookside Avenue to access another freeway interchange. That's a minimum of 4 miles, but depending on the route they take, up to 5 to 6. And on top of that, we have in multiple agreements, both with the unions and with some of our mitigation measures, we have agreed to provide lease language prohibiting trucks from making right turns onto Cherry Valley Boulevard. And, you know, there are penalties for those truckers, enforcement mechanisms for the city to
And
enforce
that's
a
what I
truck
was
route.
referring to. Obviously, you haven't seen our other south side of town because we have issues there for people trying to find a way around. So that's pretty much then a city thing where we have to do a truck route, an ordinance, enforcement, some fines, that kind of stuff. Okay.
I think just to clarify what we're saying is if you look at this road, which is the access road, and I don't know if you can see my pointer, this access road for the trucks, it dead ends here.
Right.
So where under the Sunnyvale plan, you know, again, it's not the same road, obviously, it's a different design, but it's a through road.
Yeah.
So that's where those 1,640 trips are coming from. So anyway.
All right, thank you on
Sure.
that. And now my last question there for staff is, how does the timing work on the development of the project? Is there a way that we can, you know, because the public's always concerned, and Mr. Laura brought this up, is one thing comes before another. And you wait for the commercial, but all the logistics are done first. And you never see the commercial until 10 years later. Oh, market changed, had to wait. Is there any way that we can put anything in writing?
So as it stands right now, if the entitlements are improved, there would be nothing that would preclude them from building the industrial and then waiting on the retail and commercial. If council so chose to amend the DA, then something like that could be considered as far as a trigger or a timing on when you would want to see certain components of the project built.
Okay. This is my understanding, but it's not written, it doesn't exist. So basically putting it down somewhere to assure the public that things won't be out of sync, really. Okay, so for applicant, a couple of questions for you. Mr. Finn asked about the Plan B going, if this project were not to go forward and we were to stay with Sunny Cal. Is it something that you would entertain to go back and look at that project to perhaps fit some of the state's needs, some of our needs as affordable housing? Or is it pretty much it's this or that? We're gonna keep it the way it's designed rather than go back to the drawing board?
Yeah, I think because of the approval and because of the, you know, the value of the land, you know, if it's going to remain as multifamily, as housing, multi-unit housing, we need to get those units on there. So if we go back and go through a redevelopment process, we'll lose units and it won't make economic sense.
Okay, thank you for that, and I appreciate that.
Sure.
Let's see. So really then we need to kind of iron out what these numbers look like and what this reimbursement / escrow account / this kind of stuff, because we have a confusion of numbers. We hear some things about loans, something that they're going to pay this back. And I understand that if we have something that you fronted and it's built by another developer, that you would, request to have those refunded. I understand that. But I need numbers to understand where we're at. The city has a lot of needs, parks, roads, and go on and on. And there are a lot of citizens, and you heard some of them tonight talk about parks and so forth. What can the development do for us as a city? And you've already mentioned, according to your closing comments, that you would be interested in maybe going back and discussing numbers and where we might be able to put some funding. One of my questions, though, is that the city and the county have a very unproportional tax agreement, in my opinion, grossly unproportional, some might say. And the problem with that is we have a 75-25, I think, when it comes to this property tax sharing, which is, unproportional in my opinion. So would you be willing to, if we were to entertain looking at a revised DA, talking about some sort of mitigation factors to make up for some of the loss that the city's incurring from the property taxes?
Yeah, we're open to talking about it, absolutely.
All right, and.
Can I have a question?
Okay, that triggered a question.
So
Go.
being the newcomer on that, so that land was annexed under the 75-25 annexation agreement, just to
Correct.
confirm that?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So ironing the numbers out then, so I've read the DA, and the wording in there to me is a little ambiguous. Funding to the city and the maximum amount of, to me, I don't know what that means. I would like things a little bit more clarified. I want to know, are you giving us a community benefit that we can use where the city chooses to in a certain amount? Are you asking for some of that to be reimbursed if developers, encroaches what they need to pay out? What is that number? Is it 50? Is it something else? And then again, how would you entertain perhaps putting in some sort of a property revenue or a property tax type of mitigation? So you said that you were up to discussion. All right, so we'll talk about that. I think that's a good segue into our next part of this, which is council discussion. So does anyone have any more detailed questions or specific questions before we start? And I'm sure they'll generate as we discuss. But does anybody want to go ahead and start with discussion on what they think about this project? So let me read this over because I wrote this up. So it says, not this is a canned speech, but I did have this. So, we're at the point now where we're looking at this project, whether we're going to approve, deny, continue, revise, whatever our discussion takes us. And I want to make sure we all understand that this is a request to change the land use and the zoning for the property, and this is a discretionary in nature decision. So as we discuss, we want to discuss, what we think of the comments that we've heard, what we've done in our research, what we think of the project, what we think of, going forward. Basically, we're making a monumental decision. This is one
Right.
of those things that will stick around for a very long time. So I want to make sure that the council has all information that they need to make a reasonable decision, whatever that takes. So with that, would anybody like to start posing some of their comments out there or some of their
Mayor
ideas?
Pro Tem Martinez.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lara.
So back to the $50,000, and I know loan is probably not the appropriate term to use, but. Huh?
50 million.
50 million, sorry. Been a long night. The $50 million loan or upfront cost. So if the city was to use that money in or say that money got used for some of the interchanges, right? And then it's got to be paid back, but it's not paid back through tax revenue. So what it sounds like it would be is like, we would lose future developer impact fees. In other words, like if the developer is paying for the standard diff fee payment, right? Then that money would not technically be ours. It would go back to a different project that was, so sounds like you kind of perpetuate, or there's a potential to perpetuate the problems that we currently have in other areas. It just doesn't seem to catch up. At least, am I understanding that correctly? So we'd lose future diff money to be, okay.
Councilmember?
Yes, sir.
It wouldn't be diff fees, it would be fair share fees toward the same intersections on which the funds are being spent. So the diff fees, like you saw on our chart, they are separate from the fair share fees that are a result of the traffic impact analysis. Those diff fees go to a more general fund
Right.
for the city towards all the improvements they're spelled out in the city's impact fee schedule.
Okay.
The fair share fees are wholly separate from that.
So where would that money come from then?
What might-
The money to pay back the 50 million?
Well, so here's what I'm concerned about, just on to piggyback on that. So if we were to say that we're getting X amount of dollars to the city, we can choose to put that to a project.
Right.
Or like an interchange. But if we chose to do something like Cherry Valley, now you have those things start to come in. But what about if you look at Pennsylvania and you look at something that is not a part of that, still impacts the community, still a community benefit? How does that work if you use this X amount of dollars to fund that project? Then the question that you posed is a good question. So what does that mean? When those developers come in that area and start to develop, and their fair share goes towards that interchange, what happens at that point? That's a very good question. So what is that? Because I mean, the community gets the benefit of having something done before all of that happens, so you can have it done more readily, in the now time. But at some point, the development will come and they will have to pay a fair share.
Right, so I think there'd have to be a mechanism created in order to allocate the contribution rate to whatever infrastructure you select to use that money for, right? If it's not regionally located to that project, there would have to be some mechanism to attribute it to Pennsylvania widening or whatever infrastructure project you allocate that money for.
But if the developers in that area are paying their fair share in diff, that doesn't go to the city, it goes back, well, what?
Yeah, essentially that fair share is allocated to a specific improvement. If funds were fronted by the city for those improvements, then that fair share would go back to reimbursing the loan essentially.
To the city? No.
So can I jump in?
Yeah, because
So if we take the 50 million and say we're going to put it to Pennsylvania widening, and then somebody along Pennsylvania comes to develop, and we say, well, that's already been paid for. So then we tell them, hey, put it towards Highland Springs. Can we do that?
No, because you want to talk about the nexus or right,
Okay.
yeah.
You said it, the nexus.
Right, yeah, the amount would have to be determined, and there's nothing to say that the nexus would be the same amount between what that project impact was to Pennsylvania versus what that project would be to Highland Springs. So, like
is there
Robert
a
was
dead end
saying.
with that money?
That's
Yeah.
what I'm trying to find.
Well, and so I don't know if it's a concern. So the money would go to the widening, right? And developer A comes in, he wants to develop along that corridor.
And you're Pennsylvania.
Along
Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Through the EIR and the traffic study, they're going to be a determination on what their fair share would be. And their fair share apportionment would come out of that and go to pay the developer back. That's how that would, so that's why they were saying it could take years to get their money back.
But is that, there's no way that if the city were gifted that money and that money were put there for what, that it would go back to them? Would it have to go back to them if the
When-
development agreement said that it was a gift to the city, no matter where they put it?
When you say gifted, that's not the language that's in the DA right
And
now.
that's the whole reason I'm bringing this up, because the language in the DA, I don't like. I don't want anything to do with any type of loan and stuff. And that's what I'm trying to get to, is if there's a way to have a mechanism where if they say, here is X amount of dollars, go benefit your community, and we surely can have a list of where that could go. Could we use that to go fund that project? You know, if the development agreement says, here, you do what you want with it.
The
we're not-
community benefit fee, then it's council's discretion on where to put it.
And that's what I'm getting at.
So you're saying if they gave us the money?
Yeah, if they gave the money, no loan attached to it, and said, here, go put it and benefit your community how you see fit. And then we said, okay, we really need this going, because everybody's, you know, knows that this is where it needs to go, and we did that. Then we don't have a commitment to pay it back, because it was in the DA that way. But what I wanted to know is when those other, commercials come and they start building, then do they just get a wash and say, oh, it's built already, so we don't have to do it? They still, so it will go to, so that's what goes back to that, it
goes
will
back.
go to other projects. So the concern then is how the DA is written and how that money is apportioned or where it's apportioned, okay. And
So if we're
that's-
talking about Pennsylvania specifically.
I
what-
just threw that out there, because anyone.
Future development, then the traffic study, the nexus, things like that would change if the improvement was already in. So,
Right.
yeah.
And that's what I was getting at. And I chose something like that instead of Cherry Valley, because that's already being done. And we know Shop-off's coming around the corner, so that's gonna be, you know, we're looking at that. So I want something that the city's controlling, that, you know, it's us or nobody, you know, unless we get regional. But that's what I just posed to the council, because if there's a mechanism in there, I don't know, I just throw it out there. You were talking, right? Or did I jump in? I forgot where I was.
I got my question answered.
Oh, you got to answer. Okay. Any other comments as we continue? Oh, I'm sorry. Mayes, is this concerning the DA?
Hopefully can shed some light on
Oh,
this
thank you.
conversation.
Sure.
My name is Mark Ostoich. I'm yet another member of the development team. And I, along with John Pinkney, are the authors of that development agreement. And I want to tell you what the concept was with the $50 million. The concept was, and the development agreement is clear, that under no circumstances would that ever become a liability of the city of Beaumont. It's clear, it says that. The mechanism that it contemplates is that as the city makes a determination where to apply those funds, the city and the developer would work together to create a reimbursement agreement, a mechanism so that as development occurs in the areas where those projects are built by the city, the benefit of that would be assessed to future projects, which in addition to their development impact fees, would make fair share contributions, which would be paid back to the developer. We have to be involved in that. In fact, the development agreement says that we will take the initiative and the city will cooperate. So it's not our intent that the city have any liability in this. And so to that extent, it is a gift to the city. And it gives you control of $42 million over and above the $8 million to devote to whatever projects you deem are appropriate. And now, could we refine that language a little bit, clarify it? Of course we could, but I wanted to be clear about what the intent was.
Okay.
And that was the intent, that the city under no circumstances would ever be required to repay that money to us.
I'll just add to that, it's in section C, and it expressly states that the city will have no direct financial or other liability to the owner under any reimbursement agreement.
Yeah. So we're almost there.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks.
Well, we'll come back and do some more on that maybe. I don't know, it depends on council. So, Mr. Sanchez, you want some comments on stuff? Discussion, topics? You're good for now? How about you?
I want to make a comment in reference, and this is just my opinion on the matter in reference to the jobs that are created, and I speak of this secondhand. I have 4 adult sons, 3 of them work in warehouse jobs right now. the three of them combined do not make enough money to buy a three-bedroom home in Beaumont. And I think that's a problem. And so I do appreciate, excuse me, I do appreciate the fact that this could be a job creator, but I don't think it's enough to even support a household with, two adult members in the household working, in a job like that to try to make ends meet and to be able to purchase a home, let alone even pay the high rents that are out there. I see the market changing. The housing market is changing because interest rates are going up. Things are getting more and more expensive. And so we are foreseeing an impact on housing. And so if this warehouse project wasn't approved, I don't know when the market could absorb building more homes out here. I don't know when that would happen. Or if a builder started on it right away, how long it would take them to build those homes. But what I don't understand, and maybe the development team has a mindset, has an answer to this, is it seems like there's a warehouse boom, and if the economy suffers, then that e-commerce will suffer, and then maybe that boom dies off. What I'd hate to see is an empty warehouse. And so I don't know, and no one's brought up anything in terms of future projections. I've heard John Husing, if I'm saying his name correct, he's a local economist. He talked quite a lot about the Inland Empire and the demand with the warehousing industry, and that is the biggest growing industry in the Inland Empire. And if I remember him correctly, he talked about partly due to a semi-truck driver can make 2 trips to the port and back and make it to our area, and it makes it worthwhile. You head to the west and land gets more expensive. It seems like just in housing alone, it's $20,000 for every 5 minutes you drive, to the west. And so it pushes that demand out this way. A question to propose is, are we in a housing shortage? Are we in a housing shortage in Beaumont? It's an affordability factor. And having sold homes in Beaumont since 2001, I have seen most people who come to Beaumont come off that 10 corridor where things are more expensive from Rancho Cucamonga to here. And we get a few from the low desert that come back the other direction that maybe have a job where Beaumont's in the middle, and so they move here. But I don't see it solving a problem in terms of bringing the high dollar jobs. I know upper management gets paid well. I have a very close friend who makes a lot of money in the warehouse industry as an upper manager. But then I see the troops not making enough to earn a living. So I think that some of those folks that are going to be working there are going to be coming from elsewhere, Hemet, San Jacinto, Cabazon, Whitewater, and so forth. Desert Hot Springs, that's going to add to the traffic, and just the worker part of it. I paid close attention through this whole process, watching comments through the Planning Commission meeting, talking to the public. 2 years ago when I ran for office, the biggest concern in the area was taxes. Now the biggest concern is traffic, and everybody knows that. And I got caught in Carmageddon as well. So I see the need. I appreciate the offer, but I honestly think the warehouse is in the wrong place. Each member of the public I've had a conversation with, I said where I'd like to see it is on the south side of town. Let their development impact money pay for the on-ramps for the bridge that goes over the 60 freeway and keep the traffic running through there. And I have not had one public member tell me that was a bad idea. We have the demand for warehouses. Our world is changing. We're going to more e-commerce and so forth. And then 2, on a personal note, in terms of the health issues and so forth. I grew up in Southern California in the 70s and 80s, playing ball, and my lungs would burn. They just would burn from the smog. Things have gotten better. When the carburetor went away and we got fuel injection on cars, things got a lot better and so forth. And I know that they're making improvements to improve the quality of air. But that's a concern of our citizens, old and young. And I have to fall in line with what I'm hearing from our constituents is that this is just a good project in a bad place. And so I don't know if we're quite ready for a motion, but I am not in support of the project.
All right, can I read some of my comments here? All right, so just a couple of my comments that I wrote down and some that I wrote down after listening to public, and so it's a little scattered, but I just wanted to kind of think out loud and being transparent to the public and the applicant as I'm thinking. So here it goes. So of course, as a council, we have to remember that we have a duty to the whole city. You know, one of the speakers made a comment about what the people say. Well, there's 51,000 people here. So, you know, we have to try to appease or do the best decision for all. I have to look at the proposal as it having more positive benefits and negative impacts. I don't think the project is currently at that point. Now, could it be? I don't know. We'll talk maybe a little bit more discussion to see if anybody's interested in bringing it back with a reworked DA and, you know, putting the things in there that I talked about, but we'll get to that in a second. Overall, you know, I'm a biologist. I understand about the environmental impacts. It's always a concern. You can get data from both sides for whatever reason, but a lot of the literature is coming out that's just more cautious now. Be a little careful and don't run into, because we're finding things out a little bit more and more. And, you know, I'd like to see a little bit more studies on the effects of these types of centers around our area. I'd like to see a regional summit with our surrounding jurisdictions. I'd like to see us talking to our neighbors to talk about the cumulative impacts that these projects have. I was concerned about the ratio and proportion of the industrial to commercial. You're looking at 145,000 compared to 2.5 million, you know, and I looked at the plot plan, the conceptual, and it's like, you know, so that was a concern. I appreciate the way you worked it out. It was well done, and, you know, and it has, I think, a lot of good to it. Rural look, some of the comments said rural look. Well, I think the rural look here in Cherry Valley is on its way to a different look. We don't have control over north side of Cherry Valley. That's county. And we know what's happening. Shop Off even is going that way. So the warehouse row, I'm afraid to say it might be coming. And it's out of our control. We can voice our opinions, and the city can do their fair comments on EIRs and so forth. But, you know, it's difficult when you don't have it in your jurisdiction, you know. And, you know, that's a Calamasa thing coming up. It's a county thing, and I don't have a good feeling about it. But if you think that just because you don't have a warehouse there that they're going away and you're going to keep a rural look, that's not going to happen. I mean, you have to be realistic about that, for whatever that's worth. Someone talked about putting in infrastructure before they come. Well, the only problem with that is who's paying for that? These are millions of dollars in construction, in interchange and roads and stuff that it just isn't growing anywhere. So someone has to pay for that. And unfortunately, the system is you have to have these come in, these type of industry and commercial, so that they can help fund that. And it's not the best mechanism at all, because yeah, you're stuck with, you know, 10, 15 years before this stuff is done, and you already have the commercial and industry here. So, you know, if there's a better way to go about that, well, that would be great, but, you know, the funding has to come somewhere. So when people say build it first, they need to understand that the money has to come from somewhere. And, you know, projects like this help fund that for what that's worth. General plan, I was on the committee. I spent hours with the community, hours discussing that general plan. And I was happy. The way that plan came out, and I'm still happy with it. I think that we have the design of the city the way it should be, with the industry on one side and residential and so forth. I think that's the way it needs to be. The problem is somebody goofed that up, and that's the county. So when they started, they started a domino effect. I mean, and it's coming. There's nothing we can do about that. So the question is, do we jump on board and get the city something that they can use, or do we hold our ground and say, no, we're going to keep our residential projects. That's what everybody expects. That's what we want. You know, we can discuss that. But it's a difficult decision, because I don't like being forced to do something just because someone else did it. Oh, the county did it, so I guess we have to do it too. We can still hold our ground and do what we want as a city and be autonomous. But, for what that's worth, what do we get out of it? We have the houses there and we say, okay, we held our ground. If that's what we want, fine. If it's, something more creative, then, that's going towards the project. I'd like to be careful not to overbuild, because like you mentioned, what I don't want to see is empty warehouses. Our economy's fickle, things happen, and what I won't want to say is everything's being built, and we take a dive, and then it sits there for years and years. That can happen anyway, I know, but it's something that we as council have to make sure that we think about. With houses, at least you can do it in sections, and you can do one part of the track map and then the other part and go from there. I guess you could do that with commercial as well, but it goes back to when I was asking about timing and can we get the commercial at the same as industry and so forth to make sure that that doesn't happen. For jobs, I believe they're low-paying jobs. I believe that they're prone to be lost to automation. The article came on the paper from Dr. Moynihan from the Inland Empire Economic Partnership, and he said that we should be thinking beyond the near-term benefits that logistics industries offer, and we should be considering an array of industries that offer well-paying jobs that will increase the vitality of our regional economy. And I think it's vital that we start to try to shape the city the way that we believe. It's difficult because we don't have control over the property, of course. We can't tell you what to put there. But it behooves the city and a region to bring in higher paying jobs rather than lower paying jobs that are prone to even be to automation, in which we'll be losing. SunnyCal, we mentioned SunnyCal being in violation of plus. Now that if we didn't build the summit, then we have the houses being close to the warehouses on the other side. The plus is set up for our future vision. It's set up the way that we discussed going further. And, if there's one of those projects that happen to get caught up in the old way, then, I don't want to say that's just how it goes, but all we can think about is moving forward. We can't do anything with that anyway. So it is unfortunate that it would be in violation of some of the plus, but again, the plus is set up for our future development. So we should be looking at forward and not necessarily present. I've always had a problem with long-term entitlements. You have an entitlement 25, 30 years and things change and this is what happens. Yeah, SunnyCal dumps on Brookside. Well, because back then Brookside was not as crazy as it is now. The high school was barely being built and we had a reasonable, and it can handle the 300, 400, 500 houses. But because it was stalled and now we are where we are, it's easy to go back and say, oh, it's not, because there's nothing we can do about that.
Right.
So that's what it is. On MOUs, and Mr. Lara mentioned this too, it's difficult when you have other entities involved. Sure, we have an MOU, or Exeter has an MOU with another entity. We don't have any control over that. So, that's a good thing, don't get me wrong, but we don't have any jurisdiction. If they change their MOU between you and them, what do we do about it? There's nothing we can do about that. So that's a difficult position for us when it comes to things like the park and even roads and so forth, because we don't have that enforceability, that enforceable act. So we have to be cautious when we start looking forward and saying, well, they all agree. Well, they agree now, but I don't know what's going to happen in the future. Again, what's changed my mind since the original inception? It's difficult for me because I know the warehouses are coming on that side. And it's even difficult for me to say, go forward with SunnyCal because you're going to put future residents in that harm's way. But someone had mentioned that they have the choice of buying there or not. And that's true. So I, like Mr. Fenn, have been bombarded with citizens, residents saying, this is in the wrong place. And it is in the wrong place. Let's face it, it is in the wrong place. But can we modify to make it in the right place? At what cost? And that's something that council's been discussing. What is the cost? If we have X amount of dollars and we can have a new park and maybe have this and that, is that worth the negative impacts? And that's what I would like council to chime in. I believe you mentioned that it just doesn't look like it is worth it. Anything from over here would be nice to help me with my decision.
Okay, I'll take that. On my side, been here in Beaumont. I came from Hollywood to Rancho Cucamonga to Redlands, now here. So you could see on my gray hair. So on that side, so the experience is there, and I know. I think on the developers, I was waiting for you guys that what was your project? I mean, what kind of projects that you have? And I'm on the real estate side and everything. I'm an investor and everything for disclosures. And did change. I mean, I checked some of your properties. It's you have in Redlands. I don't know if that's yours. I mean, you have in Temecula. That's you have that. I mean, I wish you present it to us and see how you manage that, how you get all your tenants in there and everything. The way I see it is more on warehouses, industrial warehouses. On that, I didn't see any residentials. I didn't see any commercial. I didn't see any offices in there. On that, on most of your investment, I would say that. Yeah, you're right. I mean, you got your pension money that, we depend on you guys. I'm part of it. I mean, I've dumped some of, not dump, I mean, I put the money on your side, on that side. So, but being in a council in here and everything, the way I see it, just like two councils in here mentioned that it's in the wrong place, in the wrong time on this. The way I see it, I live here 18 years now. I got a lot of organization that I belong to, and I spoke to the some of the elderly people here, and also young people. I mean, because I do leasing. I mean, they express that I wish we will be on the south side of the of Beaumont. Your presentation is really worth it. I mean, and you're flexible, sir. You're good. I mean, I salute you on that. You guys, I mean, you really want the project. But the thing is, I think it's not on the right location for us on this. So I would say I have to, deny the, your applications in here. And then I do respect the, my Beaumont planning commissions, that they put together a good decisions and work on that. And Mayor Pro Tem, that's all I could say, but I have to move on this. So I hope you will develop the project on the Sanical on this. Looking forward for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Santos. Mr. Lara?
So, and throughout the evening, as folks have come up and spoken, I've kind of had some bullet points that, what I'm looking for is, on this project is it compatible with the surroundings? And the developer is more than willing to make sure that development is compatible with the surroundings. The other thing is, does this provide a realistic community benefit? And it seems like Beaumont was kind of left out of the benefit portion of that. What is the potential fiscal benefit for the community? And then I also look at, does the community benefit and the fiscal benefit outweigh the impacts? And then lastly, or I should say, not in any particular order, but what kind of community support does this project have? And the concern that I have is that, we've done this for about 8 years, and I understand that you're never going to get 100% support on any project. There's always going to be those outliers. But this just doesn't seem to have the support of the community, at least the folks that have been here, at all. And if you look at the email support that we received, I don't think they really, when they answered the email, they really understood what those benefits were and whether or not they were going to get those or see those traffic benefits, because that seemed to be the big issue with everyone. So I appreciate the developer and their willingness to work with us. I just don't believe that this is the right project in that location. And with that, Mayor Pro Tem, I'd be willing to make a motion.
All right, so before you make the motion, I just want one question to ask, and that's fine. You just give me yes or no. I can put it in a motion as well, but I want to know if we were to go back to the table with the development agreement to come out with some numbers and bring it back with some more specifics that are more defined, would you be willing to listen to that? I mean, it's a yes or a no?
No, sir.
No.
Okay, so with that, I'll entertain your motion.
I'll go ahead and make a motion not to certify the environmental impact report, not adopt a statement of overriding considerations, not adopt a general plan amendment, not adopt a specific plan, not approve the tentative parcel map 38223, and not approve the plot plans PP 2021-0388, PP 2021-0390, and PP 2021-0391, and not approve the development agreement.
I'll second.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Yes. All right, and with that, that motion is approved. Thank you, Mr. Laura, for the motion, and council. Thank you, everyone. It's been a long night, and I understand, and there's always winners and there's losers, so please try to find the best in all. Thank you so much. We do have a meeting to continue.
And on this next item, Mayor, I have to recuse myself since it involves my law firm.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pinckney. I can find my agenda. Here's my agenda. Look at your agenda. Oh, here it is, I got it.
For the space.
Okay, so with that, we're on action item I-1, the approval of city attorney's invoices for the month of September 2022. The action is to approve invoices in the amount of $113,859.40. Do I have a motion?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll make a motion to approve the payment of, sorry, it's a long night, of $113,859.40.
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Long road to hoe.
You want me to do it?
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes. And with that, it's 11:04. Would council like to continue with the agenda? Or staff, would you?
I
is there
was gonna
anything
say
pertinent?
for J and K, there's no report this evening.
Okay,
All right.
Hey.
right. City manager,
Keep
you
rolling.
want to give a
City
report or treasurer that? If not, I'll continue it.
Treasurer has nothing.
All right, well, then we'll go down the line. So J and K, no reports. Treasurer, no report. City clerk?
Do you want me to get this? So part of your packet is the monthly status report for the public records request for the month.
Very well.
For September, there were 16 requests submitted and completed. Staff allocation time was 5.25 hours.
Right, thank you. And with that, city attorney report?
Nothing to see.
Thank you. City manager report?
Just a couple quick things. So the park grants item that's on your agenda, we are the recipient of 2 grants. They are both matching grants, 100% matching grants. We plan to put some new playground equipment, and we'll bring it to council, one at Shadow Creek and the other at the sports park. If we spend $100,000, they would match at $100,000, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll be bringing that back, and we'll include that as part of the CIP. I'd like to thank staff for getting those grants for us. That was a huge achievement. Friday morning at 9 a.m., the Regional Water Quality Control Board will be hearing our item, our master recycling permit and our MPDES permit. I'll be attending and Thaxton will be attending. Budget workshop, October 25th at 4 PM, and Senator Bogue will be here in a town hall meeting, October 27th at 6 PM. And the department project schedules are in your packet, and that's all I have.
Okay, thank you for that. Future agenda items? Okay. And then council reports. Mr. Fenn? Anything?
I don't have anything to
Okay,
report.
Mr. Santos?
Just like to say, excellent job on the Master Marsh, and seeing Ashley, Doug, good job, man. I mean, and Heather, and everybody who's participated in there, great job, man. Even it was raining, pouring, and everything, you're doing the job, man. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Laura?
Yeah, we attended the Monster Mash with my grandkids. I had a great time. Your
Great.
staff did a fantastic job. The games were fun for the kids, and I appreciate the efforts of the Park Department.
Thank you for that. And I just want to say again, thank you to the public, thank you to the applicant, thank you for the decorum of this evening. And with that, we will adjourn at 11:07.
And I like to say thank you, Boomer, seeing you over here.
Yes.
Welcome.
I'll pick up my.